I would like to announce the quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and a notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 6 p.m. The following board members are in attendance: Allison Lasan, Dr. Stacy Barker, Dr. Sheila Taylor, Catherine Sells, Michelle Akateb, Madison Lopez, and Jenny Prosnick. I've asked board member Allison Lasan to lead us in prayer.
Loving and gracious God, you are indeed the giver of all good gifts, and we thank you today for all your blessings, for the successful outcomes of our school events, and for all our staff members and teachers and students. We ask that you bless them abundantly, and we continue to seek your wisdom, guidance, courage, and strength. Be with us in our deliberations and help us to be wise in the decisions we make, for the good of all those who have placed their trust and confidence in our leadership. Give us insight to lead with integrity, that our decisions may reflect what is right and good. Help us to make decisions that are good for all. Dear Lord, grant us the humility to always seek your will in all that we say and do. All glory be to you, loving God, now and always. Amen.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. I will share our mission and vision statements this evening. Our mission statement is to engaging and inspiring learners and leaders, and our vision statement is all students are confident and equipped with the knowledge and skills to thrive and adapt for their future. We'll actually be addressing that later. Public comments are next on the agenda, and we have no speakers tonight. Discussion items are next on the agenda. First up is the technology report. Dr. Garricani.
All right, good evening, board. We are here tonight with the update on several items. Some of them are coming back to you for final approval, and we have Mr. Langford here to cover the details of tonight's presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. So for the discussion items, there's three of them tonight. The first one being the 2023 bond second sale classroom AV refresh project. This is phase 2 of the AV refresh project. We've already completed phase 1. This is for the displays that have been going in classrooms across the district, the flat panel displays. We installed nearly 1,500 flat panel displays during phase 1. And so we'll continue that work in phase 2. There's actually be a little more information about the rollout in the learning and teaching presentation coming up a little later. This is the third time you've seen this item. The first step 1 was the engineering services, which you approved in January, in December. Step 2 was the construction delivery method that you approved in January, and then step 3 is next month, next week for the March board meeting, the consent item being approved. Should I keep going? I'm good.
Sorry, we're just having an issue with it showing up on some.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Sorry.
Okay. Next discussion item is the 2023 bond second sale wireless network access point refresh. So the current wireless access points that we have across the district were installed as part of the 2017 bond in the fall of 2018. So obviously those are aging. They're going to be reaching end of life and end of support soon. Those need to be replaced. The controllers that all of those access points connect to were replaced earlier in the 2023 bond because the controllers went end of life before the access points did. So that's already been done. And so these new access points will connect to those new controllers. We will work with the procurement and contract department to, the procurement department to come up with a procurement method to cover all the products, licensing, support, services that's needed for that project, and then we'll bring it back for approval as a consent item at a future board meeting. Last discussion item for us tonight is the 2023 bond second sale cybersecurity upgrade specifically for the application delivery controllers. As you've seen, there's multiple items in the 2023 bond related to cybersecurity. This one is specifically for the application delivery controllers, which are used to control access to all of our external facing web content. They also provide load balancing capabilities for the servers where we have multiple groups of servers and they connect in round robin fashion. They provide that load balancing capability. So it's a cybersecurity aspect, but also a big functionality aspect for us. So it's one of the key components to keep all of our external facing assets up and working. And so these were put in initially as part in the 2017 bond in the summer of 2018. So these are also approaching 8 years old, time to be replaced because they're approaching end of life, end of support. And again, we'll work with the procurement department to come up with the proper procurement method for this, and we'll bring it back at a future board meeting as a consent item.
So just really to recap what Mr. Langford shared, upcoming, for March consent, you'll have the second sale of the classroom AV project. Then you'll have for April discussion, these items planned, bond program specific technology device replacements, bond technology device replacements for 4th and 9th grade in preparation for the upcoming school year. Hard to believe we're already talking about that now. It's crazy. Second sale, campus sound and paging and critical communication systems. And then the second sale for the stadium press box sound refresh. And then for April consent, we'll be bringing these items to you. Once again, program-specific technology replacement, technology device replacement for 4th and 9th grade, and second sale wireless network access point refresh, second sale stadium press box sound refresh. And at that point, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding our bond program items.
Are there any questions? I just have one quick question about the cybersecurity. You said 8 years, it's time for them to be replaced for the thing. So is that what it is for cybersecurity? Is it 8 years or is it?
No, it's more that the specific application delivery controllers that we have are still functioning fine. They're still running the latest version of the operating system and code from the manufacturer. So the functionality is still there. It's just that these particular boxes are going end of life, end of support later this year. So they need to be replaced before we hit that point so that with the new hardware, we can continue to get the latest software and features.
And maybe a little bit to your point there's multiple items that are part of our overall cybersecurity strategy. Those items have different life cycles. Some are on 3 years, 5 years. These load balancers are going to be 8 years. Mr. Langford and his team are able to update these, and they have a support agreement that lasts 8 years. So this particular item, 8-year refresh cycle.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like going first. Next up is the finance report. Mr. Rare.
Good evening. This first item is a cooperative contract purchase. We're bringing it as a separate discussion item due to the size of the purchase. And so it is for the purchase of school buses. So our current fleet of 285 buses were purchased in 2020. Included in the 2023 bond is the replacement of a third of the fleet. And so over the next few years, we want to stagger out those purchases so that we have the buses more on an annual replacement cycle. And so this first item that we'd be bringing to you for approval at next week's meeting is for the purchase of a minimum of 40 buses. So right now we're looking anywhere from 40 to 60 buses. And so we did a request for quote that was issued in February. We received responses on February 10th from suppliers. And so we'll be bringing that back to you for approval next month. And so, at next week's meeting. And so when we do purchase those school buses, we will have surplus buses on hand. And so We'll be looking at that time to bring those to the board to declare those as surplus to where we could then sell those buses anywhere, once again, between 40 and determining, how many that we may have on surplus that we don't currently need. So the procurement department worked with transportation department to identify the scope of what's needed on the buses, the equipment, and to put the request for quote out there. And so, as I mentioned, this will be coming back next week with recommendations.
Are there any questions? I do have a question. What is the timeline on declaring the surplus of buses? Because, I understand we need to buy them before then we can declare the other surplus. But so what is that timeline for doing that, and what is the process we're going to decide how many extra buses we have?
Yes, and that, once again, is where procurement's working with transportation to identify. Right now, we have a surplus. Not every bus is being used, and so ideally, you'd want to have at least a 10% of surplus buses on hand. And so trying to identify how many we have above that number, and then depending on how many we purchase this go-around, whether it's 40 all the way up to 60, then that would provide us with some additional buses that we could sell. And then we would be working on that process to advertise those and get proposals probably from other districts to purchase those. And as far as the purchase of the buses, we would be looking to receive those in the summer.
I'm just trying to make sure that we have enough buses when school starts.
We will make sure we do not sell any buses until we've received the new buses.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Keep
All right,
going.
the next item is the consent agenda cooperative purchase preview. And so included in the items for the March 9th board meeting, there are 7 cooperative contracts, and then we also have 1 new bid purchase. And tonight I wanted to just highlight the new purchase. So this is for safety and security lift and lock roof hatch system. And so safety and security departments worked with facilities services department to complete a pilot of lift and lock roof hatch systems, and they're seeking approval to install 213 units district-wide. So it's going to improve our safety and efficiency by reducing fall risks and also preventing unauthorized access to the roof. And so those items, as I mentioned, will be coming back next week on the consent agenda cooperative purchase preview.
Any questions? Ms. Alcatab.
I'll just quickly chime in on that because I do serve on the Safety and Security Committee, and that has been discussed and brought forward to the committee, and we've actually seen what the lock looks like, and we've met with all of the fire chiefs, the police chiefs, and all of our municipalities and so forth, and this is definitely something that we see as a huge value and safety thing that we do need in our district. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Dr. Taylor.
I had a question related to the source of the funding. It says grant funds. Is there a grant for this item?
We have a safety and security grant.
Okay, it's safety and security grant. All right, thank you.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say I appreciate finding those additional ways to keep our students safe. I think we know we've had incidents in the past related to things like this, and so I really appreciate taking that on. I also find it really interesting that we have to apply for a grant for funds that we should just be provided for the safety and security of our students.
Anything else? Thank you very much. You're still here.
Okay, and Randy will be coming up to
Now you're going to bring a friend. Good evening, Mr. Fite.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Rapp, and the board. So tonight, I've got a couple of updates for our 2023 bond. Again, this is our INS funds, not M&O. So the first item we have is the Year 2 playground shade structures and the Timber Creek Marquee replacement GMP. So for these, VOK is the architect. Franz and Pittman is our CMAR for both of these. They have advertised and bid out these projects and developed a guaranteed maximum price for both. The Year 2 playground shade structure GMP is $434,904, and the Timber Creek Marquee GMP is $80,057. So the year two playground shade structure is approximately $47,000 under budget, but the Timber Creek Marquee is about the same over budget. So as a whole, we're right at the budget between the two projects. Recommendation for these GMPs will come back next Monday night as a consent item for approval, and work for both of these is scheduled to take place this summer. So some of the issues that affected the budget on the Timber Creek marquee, one is we're just matching the kind of our current standard of marquees, including the brick. So all that existing brick, there's not much there on Timber Creek currently, it's just kind of at the base, but it'll be getting the new brick around there. And then power, so there was no power run to the old marquee, so we're going to provide the power there for lighting. So we just had to run that back to the main building and get that plugged in. Okay. So our next project here is the first cell renovations for various LISD program needs, and the third cell, Highland Village Elementary Playground and Paving GMP. Okay, so I'm going to talk first about our traditional route, which we are not recommending for this. So with all the GMPs that I bring to the board, drawings are 100% complete. They're handed over to the CMAR, who then bids those out and develops a GMP. Best case scenario, because the design is still very much in flux, right? There's a lot of decisions that are still being made on the scope. Let's just say we had drawings complete in a month, in April. The best case we could do is bring that back on June 8th for a GMP approval. And so where that hurts us is it doesn't provide us enough time if we have long lead items that we need to purchase for the summer. And it also doesn't really provide enough time labor-wise to really go in there and get projects complete. So the proposed method for this project is a GMP approval next Monday night, really for our full budget amount. And this would allow the team to complete and release portions of that work a piece at a time. We would then work within the approved GMP and provide the board with updates along the way. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about what this process looks like. So Huckabee is the architect. Pogue is the CMAR on this project. So again, the scope for all portions of this project is not fully defined yet, and the design is not yet complete. So in order for us to have a chance for critical areas to be completed for school in August, Pogue has presented a GMP of $9,075,000, and that GMP matches what the project budget is. So this early GMP approval, again, allows Huckabee and Pogue to work together on portions of work. So what that means is, for example, Huckabee can release a demolition package for Highland Village Elementary campus, so to speak. And because that campus is currently unoccupied, Pogue could bid that work out and get started as soon as possible on that work prior to the summer months, which really gives us an advantage. Another area would be just identifying any long lead items that might be needed for the summer and getting those purchases underway in March versus having to wait till, like I mentioned, June timeframe to start those purchases. So all portions of the work will be advertised and bid out per Chapter 2269, just like always. As each package is bid out, the construction department will then review those. Each package, once it's approved, Pogue would begin with the work. So that method would continue working within our overall approved GMP by the board until all portions of the work have been bid out. And as I mentioned on another slide, we will be providing updates to the board along the way, kind of an accounting of, okay, we've got this portion bid out, here's where we're at, just money-wise. So other considerations, there is a very good possibility that all areas of this project are not going to be completed by August. We are working with district leadership to identify the critical areas. And funds for this renovation, I did want to mention, come from the various program, the various program needs project, come from the Lewisville Learning Center 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair project, which is actually a surplus property. Now, the Highland Village, the reason there's two different bond sales, the Highland Village playground and paving budgets, those are identified year three projects. So those budgets came along with them. They're sale 3 versus Lewisville Learning Center was sale 1. So this will help us to have what we need for really any program location, as we're still working to discuss locations and needs. But it allows us to get started on the teams and early childhood needs as soon as possible. Those are really the key areas we're working on now. As we work through these projects, there may be other items that come up from campuses related to program needs. Should it look like our GMP is not sufficient to cover any of those other needs, we will certainly keep the board updated throughout that process. Okay, so our next steps are those 3 GMPs that I just spoke about as consent items next Monday night. And then some potential April discussion items would be paving replacement at DeLay, as well as the fire alarm replacement at DeLay Middle School. And then following up in April as consent items would be those 2 projects. So any questions on our 2023 work?
Are there any questions? I have a couple.
Okay.
So does POG have the capacity, along with their subcontractors, because this is a much shorter timeline than I think we've ever had for any of our other projects?
They do, with the, the limited information that we were able to give them when they bid the project. Yes, I made it very clear on the pre-bid to everybody who bid on it that this is a very fast turnaround. It's going to be multiple locations, but yeah, they bid with some confidence that they could get it done. So they really love the fact that they could potentially get started in Highland Village before the summer, because that's really when everybody's really booked up is the summer months.
And does the budget include the contingency?
It will, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, what's that on that project?
Well,
10%, 15%?
Yeah, I mean, it varies depending on the risk of the project, right? But yeah, we would typically carry about a 10%
Okay.
contingency.
Okay, that's all I have on that.
All right.
You may continue.
Yeah.
I will say, while we take this pause, I wanted to publicly thank you for the time that you spent at the Flower Mound Town Council meeting. I got to watch from home, and I was nodding off while watching. I can only imagine what it was like actually being there. So on behalf of the board, I wanted to thank you for your time of being there and representing us well.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, so our 2024 bond program, again, INS funds, not M&O. Got a kind of a combo here, lots of projects. So we have the LHS baseball concessions replacement and restroom renovations. We have the LHS boys track locker room 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair. And then we have the LHS and Colony High School indoor athletic center upgrades, GMP. So for all of these, Huckabee is the architect and Jackson Construction is the CMAR. These were all bid out together. Jackson Construction advertised and bid those out per the government code and have provided GMPs for each one. So I'll go through each project and talk specifically and then kind of wrap up in the end. So for the LHS baseball concessions and restroom GMP, our GMP is $2,525,735. That GMP does exceed the overall project budget by approximately $1.28 million. Recommendation for this GMB would be presented next Monday night on March 9th, and the work would be set to begin after the baseball season, this current baseball season. So some of the issues that affected the budget on this one, so we did include the air conditioning and slider windows on that concession, which is kind of our current standard we've been doing, wasn't really planned for when we put the bond out. It does include a small electrical room as well as an IDF room, which were determined to be necessary for this location. It also includes an accessible family restroom per the building code, which we did not have space for in the part of this was renovating the old restroom building. There's just not enough room in that one to make that accessible restroom. So I'll have a little image of that here coming up. So obviously that adds additional square footage to the building, and with square footage times cost per square foot, that's kind of what is really lending towards the overage on that one. Our next one is the LHS boys track locker room 20-year. So this GMP is $1,092,508. That does exceed the overall project budget by about $77,500. Again, recommendation will be brought forth next Monday night, and this was slated to begin this summer. Some of the issues on this one, just reworking those existing locker benches to meet ADA requirements, and then a little bit more rework of the showers than just beyond the finishes. A lot of times on these 20 years, we're coming in and just kind of retiling and things like that. We had to do a little bit more rework of those showers in that building. The next one is the LHS Indoor Athletic Center upgrades. So this GMP is $1,984,000. That's actually under our overall project budget by approximately $327,000. Recommendation to approve, again, will be brought back next Monday, and this also is slated to begin this summer. And then we have finally the Colony High School Indoor Athletic Center upgrades, GMP of $1,166,141. That does exceed the budget by approximately $81,000. Again, we'll come back next Monday night, and the work will begin this summer. So some of the issues in the colony specifically where the fire alarm had to be upgraded in that entire building there. There are some low ceilings that have to be removed and replaced to perform that roof work, as well as the lights, which were not in the scope, do have to be removed and then put back up in order to do that roof replacement work. So these projects were all bid out at the same time. While one of them did come in under budget, the others were obviously over. That The sum of that overage is 1.11 million. We do have available funds in different sources. I always give the options, there are land sale, there's bond project savings, and there's always our bond interest earnings account that can be utilized to cover the overage. Here's an image of that LHS baseball concession building, just kind of showing the extra rooms there, the electrical room, the IDF closet, and that restroom on that bottom right corner there. That are kind of additional to what we had planned on. And then as far as location, it pretty much is going back where the current concession building is on the baseball field there. So our next steps would be these GMPs that I just spoke about, coming back next Monday night as consent items. And then in April, we're looking at our high school stadium lighting CSP is going to be opening soon. We're hoping to bring that to the April board. And then our Forestwood Middle School track GMP, we're also hoping to bring back to April, which we're all very excited about. And those would then follow in as consent items in April at the regular meeting, as well as we're looking to bring the closeout for the tennis court resurfacing project. So with that, any questions on 2024?
Are there any questions? Okay, IDF room.
Okay.
I had to look it up.
Right.
Because I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I'm very impressed that my fellow board members do.
Right.
Why do we need a telecommunications or a network room there?
Right, so to bring the fiber in for like point of sale, things like that for the concession. It gives you any network capability that you need in that building. So there's really not anything around that area where we could pull that from.
Do we have that at all of our concession buildings?
No, because, well, yes and no. So if you
Okay.
take like Flower Mound or Marcus concessions, they're with a lot larger space, the locker rooms and those all have an IDF closet. Some of them that are smaller, like Hebron, doesn't have one, but there are IDF closets in other buildings there that it pulls network from.
So it's close enough that it pulls the
Yes,
network
ma'am.
in through
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
And
It's just
that one's just
unfortunate-
too far away?
There was nothing, yes, too
Okay.
far away, nothing, no other buildings in that area that had that network capability we could tap into.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I love getting smarter at these meetings.
Is that it?
That's
All
it.
right.
Is
Thank
if
you very
anybody
much.
has anything else? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Learning and Teaching Report. Ms. Gall. Oh, where'd she? Welcome.
Good evening, President Prosnick, Board, Dr. Rapp. We're here to present Technology and Learning Update. And tonight we're going to focus on the AV refresh project that you just heard about, which is finishing phase 1. And I'm joined tonight with Julia Solnick-Frazier, and we're going to share a little bit about how the AV refresh is impacting teaching and learning. So the AV refresh, the product that was chosen for that AV refresh is the One Screen. And so that was approved in the 2023 bond to replace the audio visual equipment that is at end of life. And so that is being conducted in 2 phases for the AV refresh. Phase 1 is going to be completed by spring break. We will have 30 campuses who have had their AV refresh by the end of spring break. Phase 2, you just heard about from our technology team. We've been working in partnership with them throughout this project to ensure that teachers are supported as we make this transition. And then the remainder of the campuses will be completed through the 20-year refreshes. And so by the 2027-2028 school year, all 100% of our campuses will be refreshed to this new AV equipment, which is the One Screen. So tonight, Julia Solnick-Frazier, she's our Instructional Technology Professional Learning Coordinator. She's been coordinating the professional learning and the content and curriculum integrations that we've been doing with our audio-visual refresh. And so she's going to share with you a little bit about the One Screen itself and then how it has an impact on teaching and learning.
Okay, so we just wanted to start and give you a little tour of the one-screen panels. So this is an example of a panel login screen, and starting in the upper right-hand corner there, you can see they have account login, so teachers will log in with their card and then have access to all of their content on the panel. We have Google tool integration with our panels, so they can pull up anything they need from their Google Drive. We have a variety of different apps that they can access from the panel. such as the whiteboard app, which we'll go into detail a little bit more later, access to a side toolbar with learning and teaching tools, as well as tools to help manage the panel. And then you have connectivity to Guru, which is their 24/5 support. So Monday through Friday, you've got 24 hours support on that panel from someone within the OneScreen company. And then up at the top there, you can see that we can mirror up to 9 devices at a time on the panels, which is great. So we'll just have some B-roll so you can kind of see teachers in action with some of these features, but I wanted to kind of highlight 3 of the features that really make these an exceptional choice for learning and teaching in Lewisville ISD. So for the first thing here is we have our enhanced screen mirroring abilities with the OneScreen panel. So teachers are able to mirror their devices, and then students can annotate over devices. Any mirrored content can be annotated over. They have access to all of the tools on that side toolbar, so any of the learning and teaching tools that we'll highlight in a minute here. They have actual touchback, so they can mirror their devices and then go up to the screen and touch as if it were an interactive device, but it's their Mac that they're mirroring, which is really great. Desktop Sync. Desktop Sync will actually take the content on the panel and push it back onto student devices so they can see what is on the panel on their iPads. And then, like I mentioned earlier, you can mirror up to 9 devices at a time. So that is a mixture of iPad and Mac, or really any device that you can share with the OneScreen software. So on our campuses that don't exclusively have Macs, like our tech centers, they are able to share those devices as well. So some of the features that are built in native to the panel that we really love and our teachers are really loving are those, again, that ability, because of that side panel, they can annotate over any content, not just mirrored content, but content that they're bringing up on their devices natively. There is a built-in timer that they utilize for transitions or for lesson pacing. Screen capture lesson components, so there's actually, you can take a screenshot of the panel screen, so if they are working on a problem that they want to take a screenshot of and refer back to later, or if they're looking at something within the instructional materials through the L-Hub, they can do that. You can screen record right from the panel, so you don't have to bring a third tool to kind of capture your lessons for students to refer back to later. You can screen record right there. And then it also has a built-in formative assessment tool called OneScreen Engage, which allows students to join an active class and participate in lessons through that medium. Okay, there we go. And then the last thing we wanted to highlight is the Write app. And the Write app is the interactive whiteboard that you will find on our OneScreen panels. So because the panels are utilized a lot as a whiteboard, there is this great app. The app has built-in tools already with it, like shapes, rulers, graphic organizers, the FET interactives, text recognition. Teachers can bring in PDFs to the Write tool so that they can combine them and annotate on top of them. There is the ability for multi-users, so students, more than one student can get up and write on the panel at a time. Technically, they do have 50 touch points, but we don't have 50 children up at them at one time. You also have the ability to have the custom backgrounds, so we've been working really hard with the other departments in learning and teaching to align backgrounds with the curriculum so that they can pull those in to help enhance their lessons. And then all of the sessions that you do on the panel can be exported as either a PDF that then they can post in Canvas later, or it can be shared right then with students and a QR code. And then last, these interactive whiteboard sessions can be saved so the teacher can bring it up the next day and refer back. This is what we talked about yesterday, and here's how we're moving forward today. So we wanted to highlight a little bit about how we've been providing professional learning for teachers. We're really proud of the level of professional learning we've been able to deliver to teachers as we've embarked on this journey. To begin with, every single of those 30 campuses who has a OneScreen panel, so that's including teachers, administrators, that's about 1,500 staff, has received an onboarding training. So we have made sure to provide an onboarding training for every campus that has received a panel. That training is between 45 minutes and an hour, give or take, just depending on what the campus has room for, and it's delivered during PLCs or conference conference periods or after school, just whatever best fits the need of the campus. So all of the teachers will be able to walk in having some background knowledge of their panels. And then, of course, these installs have been nightly installs, so we have made sure that the next day, whether it's myself or somebody else from the digital learning team is there that morning to check in on all the teachers who got the panels installed. So we want to have somebody there, technology is there as well, and we want to make sure that they feel comfortable and at the very least that they can screen mirror their devices and use it the way that they had been using their Apple TV, and then we will support them all the way through the ways that they can extend their learning. So that is kind of like our level 1 phase of support, our campus onboarding, and then we have also provided them with our level 2 of support. So that would be professional learning opportunities that go above and beyond the initial, I have got panel, now what? So this is deeper learning, and we offered a session over the summer called Screenopoly. So any teachers who wanted to come and learn more, they came to our Screenopoly. You can see it's Monopoly themed. I love a good theme. And that served about 242 teachers over the summer. And then we have the online version, which is another 3 hours of professional trade credit that they can take that's open up and through until spring break. So whether they would prefer in person or if they were later in the install and thought, I'm going to forget all of that, they could go to the online version, which is served about 139, but that number is still, I'm still getting numbers of people turning in their trade credit for that. So we have probably, when it's all said and done, about 400 teachers that'll have been served by those level 2 supports. And then lastly, we have our ongoing support. So our instructional technology facilitators and myself are there to provide further integration with students and teachers in the learning process. We have our Teaching with Technology website. So the Teaching with Technology website has all of our resource documents and all of our help support, quick start guides. And then of course, we're continuing those collaborations with the rest of learning and teaching through how we can how we can continue to support and integrate content within the learning of the one-screen panels. And so lastly here, we wanted to just showcase some of the impact on learning. I could tell you how great the one-screen panels are, but we thought that it would be better that you heard it from our actual teachers who are using that every day. And so they're going to be talking a little bit about how their engagement has been enhanced and how these panels have been meeting the needs of their the diverse learners in their classroom. So I want to thank these teachers for lending their time and their expertise to me. You'll be hearing from Caroline Williams, who teaches 2nd grade at McAuliffe, Ashley Gerard, who teaches 3rd grade at Indian Creek, Chloe Smith, who teaches 4th grade at Independence, Julie Manry, who is an ELA teacher at Huffines Middle School, Leslie Sadowski, who is a science teacher at Killian Middle School, and then Curry Goff, who teaches science at Hebron High School 9th grade center, or 9th grade campus, excuse me.
For example, in the interactive whiteboard, we can turn the panel into 3 to 4 different workstations for kids. And so they're able to be up here together, collaborating with each other. There are also tools that, again, up engagement, but also support accessibility for kids.
No, I use a QR code so that they have the notes separate than what we were doing in class, because it's just to reinforce what we're learning.
It just needs just actually being able to go up and demonstrate and tap on things instead of having to scroll with my computer and just, gesture and point. I can actually do what I need to do on the screen itself. And it makes it a lot easier for students to see what they're going to be doing on their iPads.
So using this recent tab, which changed my life, once I found out that I could have more things open at once, it makes my classroom run more efficiently. I might be able to engage them in just going over the warm-up versus just asking one person to answer. I can pull this up, choose voter, and then they all can give their input, and we can see across the board if they know what we're talking about or not.
And then also the whiteboard, just being able to change the backgrounds, to have a flow map for writing, or to have IPS grid up there for them.
You can see it, like I've got kids over in the corner of the room. I've got kids with all kinds of accommodations, like seeking your instruction. Sometimes if there's a number of kids that have that, right? But if everybody can see my instruction on their iPad because I can share it from the screen directly to their iPad, that's a big game changer. I will frequently just put like warm-up questions as kids are coming in, the warm-up questions. I mean, this was my warm-up question today, right? It's labeled now, but the kids had it blank and they had to come up and label it.
The split screen is wonderful. One side there's notes, one side there's a picture. There's all kinds of amazing things to use on one screen. They use them every day.
And with that, we'll take any questions that you have.
Ms. Lopez. I almost muted myself. First off, I just want to say that I'm very excited about these one screens. I had the opportunity to play with one for a little bit, and I just found them to be very user-friendly and fun, and so I'm excited to see these in the classroom. I was curious, is that main screen, are those panels customizable at all, or is that kind of like built-in set?
Yes, they have some customizations, and we have allowed teachers to have controls of some things and not control of other things, but they can change their background, they can reorient the apps on the screen and move them to where their preferences are.
Awesome.
And then this doesn't directly speak to like the home screen customization, but something you didn't see highlighted in the video here is that they're on spring-loaded mounts, so they can be lowered down to the ground and raised higher. So when you've got, we have them at Lily Jackson, our pre-K campus, so they can move them nice and low to the ground so that the little ones can use them, and then raised up high for the older kids, or so that kids in the back of the room can see if a teacher needs it lower for writing.
Great. Well, I just think that these have a lot of potential, and I'm excited to see how teachers experiment with them and come up with creative ways, and I just think that they'll make our classrooms a little bit more efficient, and it seems like multiple things can be happening at the same time, and because they're user-friendly and efficient, I think that better learning is going to be happening, so thank you.
Dr. Taylor.
She almost hit the button. So I think my colleague apparently has used it. My first question was, can board members try it out? That was my first question. And so yeah. And then I just want to thank you for this, such a dynamic presentation. I'm excited about it as well. You actually answered my questions. My questions when you started making the presentation was, what has training looked like for the teachers? You answered that. What has been the feedback? I really appreciate how you let them come on screen and talk about it. And also something I didn't think about, included multiple feeder patterns in schools and what you had them share with their feedback. I asked about, or I was thinking about asking about ongoing support. It sounds like you have that as well. So I'll just end with, I still want to try it out, so.
Yes, so we definitely have one you can try out. I would add that Julia Solnick-Frazier is the Instructional Technology Professional Learning Coordinator that you approved through bond funds. And this is the first time that we have had a dedicated district person who is responsible for professional learning over new instructional technology that we provide. And I think you see that in the level of support that we've been able to provide teachers in this transition.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. Similarly, in campus walks, I've seen both sides of it, right? I've seen teachers struggle with, there was one classroom that we walked in that it was like 10 minutes of trying to mirror and get something to work from the screen to the student screen and back and forth. So I'm really excited to not have a loss of instructional time for those kinds of challenges with older technology. And of course, my favorite way of it using, I love that you've said that it's on that Springboard, because of course, students interacting and doing that annotation is really what solidifies that learning, getting them to apply. But because I do see a lot of teachers that are still using it just to demonstrate and not always bringing the kids in, but I love it when I see it. So then my question, that leads me to my question, is you've talked a lot about the training for teachers, and you mentioned that administrators were a part of the onboarding, but what does the professional learning look like for administrators on what they should see a teacher doing with this kind of technology when they're doing their walks?
Yes, so we include the administrators on our onboarding training, and we've worked closely with the administrators on the rollout of these devices. So the technology team, we do this in partnership with them, but they walk every campus with the administrators prior to these being installed. And then we support them from the professional learning side, but also our ITFs who roll out to the campus. They have a strong partnership with the administrators there so that they can help the administrators know what they should be seeing in the classroom.
Ms. Sells?
And I may have too many questions. I may need to go out and see one because I'm still, is it mirrored or is it hardwired in?
So it is a screen in itself, and it has full Wi-Fi capability. So it's like a device in and of itself, but it also you can mirror your devices to it as well. So it has both features to it. A teacher can pull up their a document from their Google Drive right on the panel without mirroring a device at all. But it also works like the traditional projector would, where you can mirror your device to it as well.
So it has both of those capabilities.
In
Go
In
ahead.
addition, if for whatever reason they needed to hardwire into the panel, you can hardwire as well. So there's the wireless screen mirroring and the ability to hardwire into the panel as well for whatever reason with a cable, which is provided with their accessory box that they get when the panels are installed.
And everything, all the Wi-Fi has been, and that's probably a Dr. Aaron Connie question, all the Wi-Fi, we've had no issues with, we used to have some terrible dead spots in these schools, and we've resolved, because we've spent a lot of money on that stuff. So don't want these things to not be able to be working when they're there. Do we know what a life cycle is of one of these panels? 7 years? Okay. Perfect. And then kind of piggybacking on some other questions, how are these teachers being able to share best practices?
So we are, our ITFs, they deploy out for job-embedded professional learning, and so we are collecting the things that they are doing, and we have our, Julia Solmick-Fraser, she talked about our Teaching with Tech website. That is a website that every teacher has in their L-Hub, and we put the items in there that our ITFs collect from what they're seeing out at, they may be at one campus, but another campus may also benefit from that, so our ITFs collect that. We load it into our Teaching with Tech website, and then every teacher has access to that Teaching with Tech website, so they can go in and get the resources that have been uploaded there.
And I will tell you that over 10 years ago, when we first rolled out just iPads, I had no idea. I will just say, this is just floors me in how far we've come in engaging our students. And once again, thank you to the voters.
So I, like with Ms. Lopez, we were trotting through, I was giving her actually the tour of LISD, and we got to play with one for a while. My favorite is that you can take my serial killer handwriting and turn it into actual type, so it's legible. I think that's one of the greater features. And I have enjoyed seeing it being used in classrooms. What do you think the hour is sufficient? I'm sure it's sufficient for some. I mean, that's honest. I'm sure it's very sufficient for some. I would probably need the extended version. So what does that look like? I'll be honest, an old dog like me that is, I'm not technology illiterate, but I'm certainly not fluent.
That's part of the reason why we've been so adamant and so thankful that we've been able to have someone there the morning of, because the morning of that first, when you walk into your classroom and you don't know what to expect, I and the other facilitators will go into a classroom and there'll be a teacher that's like, I got it, I'm good, or we'll walk in and somebody will say, can you just stay with me? And we make sure that they feel good and confident in that. So that 1 hour we do the week before they get the panel so that it's still fresh on their mind. It's not like it happened, if they're being deployed starting that weekend, we try to do it within a few days of that, so it's more fresh on their mind. But providing that person there the next day, and then the facilitators are there to follow up with them. And I will say, a lot of the content facilitators have really risen to the occasion too, because they are working on the campuses, that they're able to provide that support with, here's how you use it with my content, and provide that expertise. And they are able to help with the content piece of it, and our facilitators come in behind and help extend that learning with the deeper use of the panel.
And I would just kind of piggyback on Dr. Barker's, that the community certainly has invested in our schools by providing the bonds for this, and I want to make sure that administrators are making sure they're being used, and not just extra technology, and not just a calendar or a stopwatch in the room. So that's my only feedback, but thank you all so much, and we're very, very pleased to hear that the position has been very beneficial for everybody in the district, and not just a small portion. So thank you so much. Next up is the Student Services Report. Mr. Kaj.
Dr. Rapp, President Prosnick, School Board. We have Katie Davis here. She's been here before. Lisa Gardner's been here. The new player to the scene is Michael Hardy. He is our safety and training manager. He's been doing a lot of the work behind the scenes, and there's some informational slides here that he's going to speak to that will really educate us all and get us up to speed on the safety and training component of what we're doing. So, first slide. Pretty much the same numbers that you've seen before, 75, 135, 10, and 10. But the 200 established routes is important to know that that is a reduction from last time we presented, which is a huge byproduct and a benefit of transportation being in-house. We can determine the efficiency and the need. And so that reduction of those 7 routes is because of ridership, buses that aren't needed. And so, once again, having it in-house allows us to do those special reviews just about daily on our needs. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the team.
Okay, Dr. Rabb, Madam President, board members, good evening. So our staffing, I'm happy to report, currently we have 179 bus drivers. We have 9 future drivers, and what that means is we have drivers that are actually either on the onboarding process. We actually have 6 that have started in the month of March, will have started in the month of March. So they will be driving routes. They're fully licensed. The bus trainees that we have 4, what the description for that is, they are in a 6-week training class, so they are not licensed. After the class, they take their the test, and they will be licensed with their CDL and their PNS and ready to drive routes once they've been evaluated and training has been completed. We have 7 maintenance crews, that's the fleet manager. We have 7 white fleet drivers. We have 3 openings there. We have 29 office staff members. We do have 2 openings, a call center employee as well as a secretary, and 69 bus monitors.
Madam President, Dr. Rapp, board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. First item I'd like to discuss is the bus driver onboarding process for our experienced drivers. Following plan and the flow is as follows. The pre-screening process for completed drug screens, DOT physicals, and fingerprinting. Second, we have HR administration, a 22-step process contingent for the compensation offer letter, leading up to orientation, which is the new hire meeting and the actual start date. Lastly, we have practical training, road evaluations to include 4 ride-alongs that help the individual acclimate to the actual route before fleet release. This estimated time frame is roughly about 2 to 3 weeks. Next item is the accident process. The department has worked on standard operating procedures to identify, the different accident levels, such as you see here. A level 1 is a severe accident. A level 2 is a minor. And finally, we have a level 3, a fender bender. Needless to say, we realize the communication pathway to principal and parent is very important. And by way of that, force method on any accident is to report to the principal, and communication immediately using Stop Finder for all parents every 15 minutes. All accidents require police response. And then lastly, we're working on training our drivers and dispatchers for the standard operating procedures to make sure they follow a specific cadence from the beginning of the scene to the resolution of the process. Down here below, we have a link in the slide to where you can view the actual bus accident SOPs in its entirety. Moving forward into the seatbelt compliance, Senate Bill 546. I'm happy to announce that our entire fleet is fully compliant. We do have the 3-point seatbelt requirement, and therefore no retrofitting or additional purchases are required at this time.
Okay, next here we have our open routes, and you'll see that we have decreased since the month of January. We have a total of 8 open routes across all 3 bus barns. Okay, so the absences and open routes impact to the campuses. You'll see on the first line, Central, DeLay, and Donald Elementary, they are heavily impacted by not only open routes, but absences. For the Colony bus barn, we have 226. We have a driver that is absent quite a bit, which often affects Hebron Valley and Hebron High School. For Mill Street, we have 1 route, 132, which affects Lily Jackson and LHS Kilo.
Okay, we went ahead, excuse me, and broke down the absences by barn per day, so y'all could see that. Number absences, the numbers are on trend with what they have been so far this year. So you can see this is the absences per day for Purnell, so a total of 72, and these absences are reported in the morning. So most of them are going to be the AM call-outs. So that's for Purnell, and then Mill Street, they're 52. I don't know what happened on the 12th, but everyone was there that day, which is great. And then we had the Colony bus barn last, and that was with 61 absences.
And I'd like to add on the absences, we are going to start tracking the PM absences because there is a huge differentiation between AM and PM routes as far as the absences. So the Stop Finder Parent app, I'm happy to report that last month there were 8,900 activated accounts. This month we're up to 9,200, which is an increase. And a big shout out to our call center employees that are doing outreaches. And then also one of the pictures I really wanted the board to see the improved communication that we have implemented. When communicating to our parents, we do not want to just have our parents receive an email that says late bus. We need an explanation to be given so the parent can understand what's going on. The driver's absent, doubling up, and things of that nature. And the Stop Finder app is available in English and Spanish and French. Obviously English, but Spanish and French, of all languages. And we did test that out today, and parents, we do have an outreach this week with DeGan Elementary as well as Lily Jackson, so we will be reaching out to those Spanish-speaking families to increase their enrollment with the program.
And this slide just gives you a picture of what communication looks like from the transportation department's end. So this is a communication log. So whenever they need to send out communication through Stop Finder, this is what they're able to see. It just kind of keeps track of what communication is sent out to which campus, what route. You can see, of course, it gives a timestamp. And then you can see in the furthest far right columns, for example, that first communication that went out, it was sent to 6 families, and you can see 5 clicked and read or viewed the communication. So that's a good way for transportation, again, just to keep track. And I think we just wanted to share that with you so you get an idea of what's being sent and when.
Okay, so as far as EverDriven, we have a total of 105 students that are utilizing the services. 27 of those students are SPED, 73 McKinney-Vento, and then general ed, 5 students.
Can I add something about
Yeah,
EverDriven? Dr. Shearer, who helps manage EverDriven, she's done a great job of checking to see so when students are what EverDriven refers to as no-shows, so they're not, for whatever reason, they don't catch the ride, we are still charged the full amount. And so she's doing a great job of watching that, and when she notices that there's a high number of no-show riders, she'll reach out to the campus and say, can you remind the parents to either cancel the trip prior, or let's talk about maybe, do they need to be taken off EverDriven? Do they not need the transportation? Can we put them on a bus? So I just want to let you know she's monitoring that as well.
Okay, and lastly, looking ahead, we've got some exciting things going on. We're going to continue the training with the GPS program for drivers, summer school, extended school year, and SPED routing for the spring. We're going to start reviewing the hazardous routes to be discussed later in the spring. Also, the RFID cards, that's the radio frequency identification cards, which are used to track attendance on the buses. We're excited about that, to implement that in the 2026-2027 school year. We're going to pilot an elementary or 2 this school year. Okay. Bus rider registration form, this is huge for me because I feel like parents really need to sign up for bus services so we will know who to route, as opposed to routing 25,000 kids. We would be a little more efficient with our resources if we're able to route those students that actually will be riding the bus. We're going to continue reviewing the incident reports, Mr. Hardy and his department, and tracking those accidents, knowing where to do those retraining with drivers. And we're going to promote student safety by continuing to track those incident reports, work with campuses for the behaviors on the buses. We did have our student discipline coordinator. His last day was last week, but we have issued a rec to hire for a replacement we're excited about.
With that, we're open to any questions or comments.
Dr. Taylor. I was just curious, what makes an accident severe versus minor?
So a severe accident will be declared as a fatality.
Okay.
Or injuries to all parties involved, just to name a couple of examples.
Okay. And then my next question, on the Stop It app, you had mentioned there were 9,000 or registrations, and then I wanted to know what was the expected registration. Is that the 40,000 that I saw in the?
I mean, ideally, we'd want every student that rides it, their parents to log in. As you can see on that communication log, I think on slide 16, there's several communication efforts that went out.
Right.
But they didn't open it, or they're not even logged into the system. So I really feel that number should be higher based on our ridership.
Yes. Gotcha. Okay. And then you mentioned at the end a discipline person. Is there a specific discipline person for the buses versus?
Well, we have a student discipline coordinator, and that person, what they do is they work with the bus drivers, they train the bus drivers, kind of like a teacher in classroom management.
Okay, got it.
Bus management, how to manage the behaviors on the bus.
So they're assigned to buses?
Yes,
essentially,
buses.
just the
Training
buses? Okay,
buses,
got
and
it.
then also the bus drivers, they fill out incident reports. If
Okay.
a fight takes place on the bus.
Understood.
That's communicated to this individual, and that individual shares the information with the campus as well as video footage.
They're critical in pulling the video footage. They communicate directly with the principal. They gather the information, and then they it off to the campus administration to administer consequences
Gotcha.
or,
Okay.
or any type of remediation, working hand in hand with student services to make sure that it fits within the code of conduct.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lasan?
Yes, thank you, and welcome to your first board presentation. You did great. And this is your last transportation update with us, but I'm just gonna throw that out there. So I really do like the idea of the rider registration form, and I say that because sometimes we're scrolling through Facebook and parents will say, how do they get on the bus? And it's like, you just show up. And so I just feel like this will, and it's been like that for years, So I think that this will really definitely solve a lot of problems. So,
Thank you.
and make life easier. And then the Stop It app, won't get into my personal reasons, but we have had to use that again here recently. And so it does work really well. And as a parent, I was able to log on in the old app. My son had it on his phone too, but now I just had to share it with him. And so, and it worked beautifully, and we were very accurate, so that worked really well. Then I guess too, on the Ever Driven there and the McKinney-Vento, it looks like it's gone, it says 60 in February, and now you're at 73. So that's interesting that it just kind of keeps going up.
Keeps going up with the
And we're still
McKinney-Ventos.
transporting, looks like Rap's going to say something.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the board for your support of the Ever Driven resource. Because if you can imagine, if we were taking 73 McKinney-Vento students all over the Metroplex, what that would be doing to our bus routes and how long they would be running, because we would be running full-size buses for that endeavor. So, really the Ever Driven resource has been a significant help. We talked about that in our transportation meeting the other day, but this is a continued conversation to have with your elected officials, because this is a major unfunded mandate, and you can see how it's grown just in 1 month.
That's, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was like, I would love to see some, some real, especially, some real stats around this and cost to us, and make sure that we give that to Congressman Gill and any others that are in our areas, that we can pass that along and, do some, help, maybe advocate for that.
Absolutely.
Ms. Sells?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. What triggers a communication effort? Is it just the bus is late, the communication's here? Or is it your bus has arrived, or your bus, are these only the outliers?
It's the outliers. So if there's an accident, there's an announcement sent. If there's a late bus. So it's just alerting the parents. It doesn't say, your bus has arrived, but it's more so to give the parents the real time, what's going on and why the delays.
If a driver's been absent and you see that delaying a route, y'all have been sending communication now for
Absolutely.
that. So you've gotten better at identifying things like that and trying to be proactive
Yes.
to families.
The numbers just startle me, because these are their children. So those numbers startle me. So I would love, along with the efforts that you're doing to get them to sign up for Stop Finder, that there also be an educational piece.
Absolutely.
That they need to open these, because this is vital information. This concerns your child.
Right.
Or the child in your responsibility. And so, although some of these are great, 6 through 5, others, I'd be kind of embarrassed.
I will say that with this transition to this mid-year, I think we'll see a lot more coverage and a lot more increase in the numbers as we hit through those new student orientations, as back to school meetings and things. So I think starting in August, this is our platform. Here's what you'll see. Here's how we'll communicate with you. I think we'll see an increase.
You might want to open this before you go post on Facebook, is all I'm going
Well,
to say
and
for
then
some parent people.
also, I'd like to add with the RFID badges.
Yeah.
Those will track the attendance, and there are features within Stop Finder that we have turned off now because we don't utilize those badges now. But once we get those RFID badges, that will track attendance, and it will tell you if your child has gotten on, when your child has gotten on the bus and when your child has gotten off the bus. So that's going to be an additional feature that I think parents will really
Absolutely.
welcome.
And I think one thing on some of these, depending on if one's a high school route, if your high schooler isn't on the route, so we have got a lot of mixed ridership for high school routes, because if they have an activity that evening, that may lessen the ridership. They may lessen, I may get the notification, I may not feel like I need to open it, or if my high school kid is using the Stop Finder app, they opened it, I care more about that. So I think that feeds in a little bit as well to some of the discrepancy on some of those routes.
I can see that. And then the police response, and this just triggered my brain going down a rabbit hole again. What is the responsibility of the bus driver if they're in an accident? Do they call the police, or are they to communicate with you immediately? What is that procedure?
So when the driver is actually involved in an accident, the first response would be to contact dispatch, identifying the location, the seriousness of the accident, and then dispatch actually notifies the police, giving that critical information to law enforcement for immediate response. And the goal is for continuous tracking. Once we have the response sent to the police, it's monitoring of ETA. And that communication is sent from the dispatcher by way of phone call to the driver and alerting them of, hey, the police are on their way. You're looking at 15-minute ETA and continuous flow of that communication until the police actually arrive. And it's the driver's responsibility to communicate back to dispatch as soon as law enforcement have arrived at scene.
That is a great answer, and that makes me feel so comfortable. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hockattip?
Thank you very much for the presentation, and welcome to the team. Glad to have you. This kind of goes similar to what Ms. Sells was kind of mentioning about the communication that's going out to parents. I understand the communication that's going out right now is strictly if you're registered into Stop Finder. So if you're not registered into Stop Finder, you do not get communication about the bus, correct?
Correct.
I'm wondering if we went with like a temporary trial or something, I don't even know if it's possible or whatever, but students who are registered for that bus, for example, bus 251, if it's running late, could we send an email to those parents letting them know and showing them the capabilities that Stop Finder can provide with the thing in the email, whether they're clicking it, like to get more communication like this on a regular basis, click here. I don't know, but maybe that would maybe prompt them into maybe getting engaged into the Stop Finder, like, wow, they're communicating, okay, let me check this out. And then we can track who's actually clicking through that email to register. I wonder if that would kind of help us. And maybe you just did like a short trial, maybe, I don't know, 2-4 weeks, whatever it is. That might add an extra step to you guys. I'm not for sure the extra legwork that would provide. But if parents are able to see the communication that they're able to get on a regular basis, because they're checking their emails that they're getting from the district typically. I get an email from my teacher, I'm going to open that first. So I'm just curious.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I communicate with the call center employees every morning, and we're talking, and that's the directive. If they have a parent that is not signed up, because those parent phone calls start coming in at 6:05, we open at 6 a.m., and they're asking for ETA. So I direct the call center employees to engage that parent and ask, hey, do you have the app? And then also, Katie and I have discussed, I know it's late in the season, but we want to partner with the campuses and get with the admins, because when we were assistant principals, we could send out communication and just get that information out there and prepare us for the next school year and currently also, but we will work on that.
Yeah, because I just think that if they see that communication, they might be more proactive in that piece, and they'll be able to see what they're missing, because some of them, like, Ms. Sell said, they're going to go to Facebook first.
Right.
They're going to go to all those crazy pages. My bus is missing, where is my kid? What happened to them? What's happening? They don't know, and maybe they won't call. And so then they still never know that this Stop Finder, even though we've sent communication, I get it.
And that's
But
what
maybe
we're-
if they're getting it directly from the campus or something, like, this is what you would get on a
If you
regular
were
basis.
yes, with an
Click
activated
here,
account.
download.
Because we ran into, last week, the call center employees, they visited Arbor Creek as well as Killian's open house, and there were quite a few parents that had not been registered, and some that didn't even know about it. So with the resources for the following upcoming school year, we will be better prepared, but we can do some things this school year to get that message out there, that outreach.
And I'm sorry, I'm just going to say, and more than just in the newsletter.
Yes.
I mean, we
Absolutely.
get those newsletters, and there's a bunch of stuff in there.
And they don't read it
More
all.
than just the newsletter.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Parker.
Thank you, Madam President. Really quickly, I love the idea of the bus rider registration. The one thing that I want to be really clear about with our parents is that their transportation is not dependent upon registration, that they have the access to transportation even if they don't complete the registration, because that's going to be an information piece that our parents need to know, because there's so many forms in there, and if I didn't fill out that form, I can't ride the bus, right? So we have to make that information clear.
I think the communication on our end would be, this is a starting point, this helps us route to be efficient, but by all means, if you need the bus service, it's easier to add to than to route all the students in LISD.
Mr. Hardy, first of all, welcome. I do have a question. What if the police never show up? It's happened.
And that would be correct. In regards to that response, that would be considered, if a level 3, potentially, offender bidder, we could exchange information, take photos of the scene. Obviously, myself and the fleet operations manager, Robert Metcalf, will be present to view the equipment, make sure that the operations of the bus are safe and sound for continuous operation, exchange that information, and return back to operations as soon as possible.
So how long are we going to wait? Like, how long are kids going to sit on that bus while we wait on the police to show up?
And that's a valid question. I would say if the police have not arrived on scene within 30 minutes, we would make that call at that time. I think that delay is sufficient enough.
Okay. And then I did have a question in regard to the registering, to register a rider. Boy, is there a way to cross-reference what's in Skyward to what they put on to register a rider? Because that has also been part of the problem, is that what parents, the email or the phone number is changed or entered incorrectly, or they haven't updated it. And when we do go, to Ms. Alcato's point, to communicate out, it goes out to wherever it goes. It doesn't actually land in the parent's inbox because the information that we have in Skyward is not correct. So I don't know how we make sure that those two line up.
I think that's the magic question for all school documents and email and communication. I just know that you have to have a dedicated effort. You can't just throw it out there and hope they get it. And I think starting soon enough, like we were already talking about looking at the special ed routes this spring and those hazardous routes, and I think we could probably start addressing some of the discrepancies between parents' emails and this spring and not wait until the first day of school.
Right.
I do think, though, some takeaway, and actually the comms team is going to be some members with Dr. Miller coming up here in a little bit, but I think sometimes parents want a different email address for a different purpose. So when they put email addresses in Skyward, they may be thinking about less frequent communication than bus situations. So I do think asking on the ridership form, what email are you wanting to have the Stop Finder? Because it might be that my work email is something I would give to that because I want messages from Stop Finder. I don't want Skyward messages going to my work email. And so that's kind of, I think, the power of the question there, and that we need to understand that with many email addresses, parents have different uses for them, and give them an opportunity to let us know which one of these do you want the Stop Finder app going to, right? So.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Human Resources and the Finance Report with Ms. Cobb and Mr. Rare. It's a twofer. And friends. It's always fun when Tim shows up.
All right, so tonight we will continue looking at the fiscal year 27 budget and compensation. But before we do that, we will take a look at our fiscal year 26 update. And so we've updated that based on our actual revenue expenditures through the month of January. And Claudia is going to provide that update to you.
Good evening, Dr. Rapp, President Prosnick, members of the board. Let's talk about fiscal year 26. So after, would you wait, please? Thank you. After updating our models with the most current data, local revenue is estimated at $461.9 million, which is slightly lower than the adopted $466 million. As a reminder, this includes the 4 disaster pennies we adopted this year. While state revenue is trending higher than budgeted, our total projected revenue currently is sitting at $569.3 million, which is $1.3 million below our original adoption. So turning to expenditures, the chart on the screen compares our adopted versus projected figures. We're currently anticipating projected savings of $20.4 million. Something to highlight is that these projections now include the $3.8 million in market adjustments and House Bill 2 items approved during the February board meeting. The primary driver of these savings is our vacancy rate. While we budgeted for a 99% field rate, we're currently at approximately 97%. So while the majority of the savings are on the payroll side, we're also seeing some reduced spending on services and supplies. So next steps for the fiscal year 26 budget include finalizing communication with employees regarding market adjustments and House Bill 2 items. These changes will be reflected in the March paychecks. We will also continue to monitor our position field rate, second semester attendance, and T2 values, since they all play a big role in our projections. Since most property taxes collections occur between December and February, we will have a clear financial picture in the upcoming days, possibly. Finally, we will reclassify capital-like expenditures using land sales proceeds and remain committed to maintaining a minimum fund balance of 25%. I'm gonna now turn it over to Mr. Rare to talk about fiscal year 27.
All right, so we talked about this a little. Sorry about that. We wanted to identify our assumptions that we're using for revenue and expenditures. And so at the top for enrollment projection, we have listed both the 25-26 numbers that were used for the adopted fiscal year 26 budget, as well as what we're using right now for fiscal year 27. So you'll see that our enrollment declining, and so right now we're using 45,125, and that's the same enrollment projection that is being used for our staffing meetings. And then on the ADA side, we budgeted this year on 43,715. We're currently projecting to come in about 300 students lower than that. And so our thought for next year is to go back to budgeting estimated ADA on 93% of enrollment projection. So I think it will be more accurate than what we had this year. And so, but that reduces it down to 41,966. On the property value side, T2 values, we are using a 3% growth from our preliminary values for this year. And then on the tax rate, that would be based on 3% growth as well. So you'll see right now we'd be projecting a little more than 4 cents of a decrease on the M&O side, and then INS tax rate remaining the same, and both of those at 99% collection. And then on the expenditure side, recapture would be going down by $9.2 million. The primary reason for that is without the disaster pennies, we'd be collecting a lot less in property tax collections next year. And so without those collections, then we wouldn't be paying as much back in recapture. On the payroll side, we budgeted $464.9 million this year, and we used a 99% fill rate for the first time this year, which we're seeing, as Claudia mentioned, it's a little bit higher than probably where we need it to be. So right now, just on this assumption slide, we put 97 to 98%, and we'll talk about that later on in the presentation. And then on the non-payroll, that's still to be determined because we're continuing to work on that with campus and department budgets. And so we looked at this last month, but we've updated the numbers for the fiscal year 27 estimate based on the new enrollment. And so that enrollment was a little bit higher than what we were using last month, and thus the ADA is a little bit higher as well. The current year tax collections, as I mentioned, those are based on 3% growth, which you may say, well, that's not a growth from the 447. That was adopted, but that's because the 447 included disaster penny collections. And so we will receive our preliminary property values in April, and so at that time we'll be able to firm that number up. And then state funding, we're currently looking at a decrease, and the primary reason for that is just a loss of ADA. And then, as I mentioned before, we'd see a reduction in recapture since our property tax collections would be decreasing. So overall, a funding difference, we'd see a net funding loss of $13 million from what was used for this year's adopted budget.
All right, so as we get into the compensation and benefits section of this, I'm going to start it off with this slide. And by the time we get to the end, we're really going to be looking for feedback from you all, board, because we want to put ourselves on a trajectory, if we can, to knowing what kind of compensation decisions could we make before everybody leaves for the summer, just so people can know one way or the other, right? Each year, you all ask and we hear from people in different areas about, are there certain categories, are we competitive with our market? And so Tim ran these percentages for me for today, but mainly just remember, we can look at anything else related to the market as we go throughout this over the next couple of months. But you'll see there how we're doing in the market with our principal positions, our assistant principal positions, and then special education we know is a hard to fill area, so that's why we have stipends in the first place. Our general stipend for special education, which was brand new that you all approved several years ago, is at 100% of the market, but our high needs stipend is at roughly about 86% of the market. And then thank you, of course, you all just made an adjustment to the bilingual stipend. We knew with what we brought forward, it was still a little less than some of our peers, but it got us much closer to them. And so with that approval, we're roughly at about 84% of the market with the bilingual stipend. As we look at salary increases, I'm going to turn it over to Melissa and Tim. We did remove option 4, just based on some initial conversation from last month, but we'll take any of your feedback as we get to the end of the presentation tonight in y'all's discussion, and we can come up with any other options that you want. I say we, meaning Tim. So thank you, Tim.
So we looked at this slide last time we were together. It basically covers the 4 different options or a few of the options and what that does. The key is that between the first and second option, that year 4, if we don't make some type of adjustment to that, the district's not required because they're TRA eligible to give them any increase this year. But if we don't, that step will fall below the 3rd year. So that's why we created the option 2, and that just kind of explains that a little bit. Just reviewing those 3 options, and they're broken out, determined on various options there of scenarios of the midpoint increase. Option 1 would be to only give those pay increases to years 0, 1, and 2, basically 1 and 2. 0 would be a starting salary. And then the year 4 would not receive anything. And so your costs there would be from about $335,000 to $1.1 million, depending on which percentage you might want to look at. Option 2 would just simply then add in that year 4, and those costs would go to $834 to $2.7. The third option then is the same as option 2. It just adds the fact that those people that are year 6 and above would get a $500 increase. Not using that option, they would not be receiving an increase this year, and that's explained here on the next slide. The biennium over the two-year period, years 5 and 6, those that are currently, let's look at 6 years and up, they'll have received $5,000 of TRA money over those 2 years, and that's 7.2% of what the midpoint would have been, so they would be a little bit over the 6.0. So that's kind of gives some various explanation to that. And then this is the total cost when we bring in all the other employees throughout the district, so it would be your final bottom line total, if you will, for pay increases. Using any of those 3 options, the cost to that, what they would be under each percentage. We have added at the bottom the new hire starting salary recommendation. Of course, we can set that just wherever we feel appropriate, but I usually base that at $400 below the first-year person.
All right, and then the other thing that you asked for was different price points and a little bit more follow-up around school improvement. So I've created a little bit different structure just based on some of the conversation and the questions of, well, how would it work spread across 2 years? And maybe that's a little more confusing of a structure to put forward. So you could consider a structure that's really a bonus. If you categorize it as a bonus, it would not count towards TRS calculation instead of considering it as a stipend. State testing results, because they arrive in August, you could pay the bonus in September. So this could help with retention from 1 year to the next, rather than having that confusing, how much are you getting spread across 2 years? To increase clarity, the bonus would not be spread across 2 years that I'm talking about in this slide. You would get it in September for the state testing results that came in August. But you could, in order to help give an incentive, if you will, to maintain that momentum, you could say, okay, you earned this bonus for going from an F to a C. We're going to make you eligible for that for 2 years, but we're not going to spread the amount across 2 years, is one way that we could consider it. So if a campus moves from an F to a C rating, this price structure, a different pricing point, is $3,000 for professional staff, $1,500 for instructional support staff. A principal would receive $5,000. Additionally, we did post turnaround principal positions that would work more days than a typical principal does right now. So that also gives a turnaround principal an opportunity to earn more money because they would be working more days. And that would help us compete with other districts as their turnaround principal type positions pay more. Assistant principals would receive $3,000 as a bonus. So the cost for 3 schools in this structure would be about $610,000. To compare that with what I brought you in the previous idea, you could get it if you went from an F to a C, there were certain price points, and if you went from an F to a D. So we've removed the F to a D and just focused on F to a C. I had $8,000 for professional, $3,000 for instructional support. So on this one, we're going $3,000 for professional, $1,500 for instructional support. The total cost for the previous iteration was $1.6 million. This price point is $610,000. So that gives you a couple of different options. We can keep working on it, but something for continued consideration. And now I'll turn it over to Melissa for benefits.
As you recall, we talked last month about the need to look at our benefits and the district contribution. So this is a chart here that, just for your recollection, that of our history, the last 10 years of what our district contribution has been. You know, from the year 2017 to 2018 till current, we have not increased that. However, the TRS increase is been increased to $219. So we've seen that in each of our employee paychecks. And so moving forward, we talked about the need for an affordable health care. we have proposed different options to look at as far as increasing our district contribution. You can see currently for this year, we pay out our projected total annual expenditures for the benefits as $16.1 million. So we've based our options, option one, increasing the district contribution to $393. That would be a total expenditure of $17.9. Option two is increasing the district contribution to $400, and that would increase our total expenditure to $18.2. And then option three is increasing 10% for each tier, because as you remember, we do different contributions for each tier. And that would increase our cost to $17.5. And you can see the difference between what we currently spend to what we would have to spend at that point. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Rare.
Thank you. So this slide will summarize all the items that we've discussed tonight. So we start with the fiscal year 26 adopted deficit, which was $2.8 million. And then we've included the approved market adjustments that we'll be paying out, which is about $3.8 million. And so earlier we talked about a projected funding decrease, and that would be $13 million. And then salary increase, for this illustration, we used option 3. And so you'll see the different amounts for the 2% raise versus the 3% raise. And then for the benefit increase, we used option 1, which is the $1.7 million. So you'll see the total before any budget reductions and other resource uses. And so the bottom portion will show just a starting point of additional expenditure reductions that we could do. As Claudia mentioned earlier, when we were looking at the fiscal year 26, we do have a savings in contracted services, so that's an area right away that I think we could look to reduce. When we brought transportation and subs in-house, that was a little bit of an estimate on what we would need this year. So I think we have some funds that we could reduce the budget by. Then we'll also have an amount for right-sizing campus staffing to meet our enrollment decline. Staffing meetings are going on, but we should have that information for next month. And then the next one I mentioned earlier is to bring down our fill rate. And so instead of using 99%, we could either bring it back down to the 98 that we used before or bring it down to 97. Before the market adjustments were included, we were probably looking at about $11 million of payroll savings this year. So we're probably right around, as Claudia said, the 97%. So, and we could do anywhere in between, of course. It could be 97.5. But for right now, on this illustration, we're using 97%. And then right now, we're projecting to have a surplus for fiscal year 26. And so some of that money could be set aside, as we've talked about previously, into where we could use those funds to help bridge the gap for fiscal year 27. And then the last item would be any additional revenue opportunities. So that could be land sales, it could be increasing our rental income. We are self-insured for workers' comp, so it could be a workers' comp transfer from our workers' comp fund. So there's different avenues there that we could use to help reduce that budget deficit for next year.
So you're looking, right now with initial projections, anywhere between $5.8 to $7.5 million, depending on which option you go with for a deficit. And that's before we even bring you any potential staffing reduction costs, as Mr. Ware said, that aren't factored in there yet. So we'll turn it back over to you, Madam President, for discussion and feedback on salary raise options, school improvement revisions, and benefits options.
Okay, so how I'd like to do this is two-step it. First, are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions? I have one question. Oh, Ms. Lopez.
I just wanted a little bit of clarification on Dr. Rapp, when you said that, referring to the school improvement revisions, when someone would be eligible for a bonus for 2 years, does that mean, I guess, just clarify what that means for me. Does it mean that they have to maintain it for 2 years or show growth for 2 years? What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, so they would have to maintain it to be eligible for it again, basically. So, and we thought handling it year by year makes it cleanest, based on just the questions y'all had. So if you move it from an F to a C, you're going to get it in September, and then if your campus maintains that, you'd be eligible for another round of that the following September. But you don't get more added if you go from a C to an A. It's just that you maintained it, and so you'd be eligible for it again.
Dr. Taylor?
I think we talked about this in our one-on-one, Dr. Rapp. It seems like I had asked the question, did we have a situation recently, and I guess within the last 2 years, where a campus went from an F to a C? I guess my thing is, is there a way to go back and recognize that work if there were campuses that went from an F to a C? Or is it, we didn't have this plan in place, so you don't get to participate, but you did all that work? And I don't know how many, I can't remember how many principals or how much, or if there's a different plan where it's just the principals, I don't know. But is there any appetite to look back 2 years or whatever the period is on those campuses that did improve that way? I didn't think it was that many.
Yeah, so we had 2 campuses that moved we had one that went from an F to a C and one that went from an F to a B. Actually 3, and then one other one that went from an F to a C. So we can run those numbers if you want us to bring those forward.
I would like to see those if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, so also on school improvement. Sorry. So my question is, I'm a teacher, I'm at school A, we moved from an F to a C, but then I moved to another school. So am I still eligible because I was at the school for that year? Because there is such a delay, right, that we don't get the scores until August. Am I still eligible to receive that bonus?
I would say yes. If the school moved from an F to a C, but you went to another school in our district, yes, you should still be eligible for that.
But you will not be eligible from this district if you leave the district, correct?
Yes.
So if I mosey on out, like if I retire, then I'm not eligible to receive it.
Under this
proposal, under
yeah.
this latest edition would not be eligible.
That's right.
Okay, that's okay. Dr. Barker.
Can I just add a tag on to that? So then if I go from campus, went from an F to a C, I moved, I get that year's, I clearly wouldn't be eligible for year 2 because I'm no longer doing the work on that campus, correct?
Correct, and we thought
That's why we're doing it year by year.
Yes, is then we don't run into any of those carryover situations, and it's just more clean.
So, we're getting so in the weeds here, and I'm sorry, but if I'm new teacher, year 2. I know, I'm sorry. Sorry. I wasn't there when they were an F, but I'm a part of the work to maintain the C. So many layers.
Yes, and there is a lot of layers, and I definitely foresee, if we went this route, a good solid FAQ coming our way, because it does get pretty complex pretty quickly. And I think that's what makes things, structures like this, really difficult, right? But we should be working to improve all.
Everybody should be working to improve all, not for a monetary gain. I will say that out loud. And I am very confident that our teachers in our district are doing that. This is a way to compensate, I would say, for the extra hours and the extra time, correct?
Yes, and a recruitment and retention tool, because we see that other districts that we're competing with have ways to earn other pay structures. The thing that I appreciate about getting an opportunity to put this proposal forward, different than TIA, it awards the effort that it takes the whole campus to make this happen, not just a singular person. So that part I really like about it, but to the point of, if you're there in the second year, if you weren't there the first year, we moved from an F to a C, but you're there the maintain year, you would get it for that year, yeah.
I also think that would also decrease the things that we don't like about TIA, right? We're not trying to differentiate the one teacher from another teacher. It is, to your point, it's an entire campus lift. on that. Ms. Locketed?
Exactly. I just wanted to kind of point that out, that is what makes this plan a little bit more attractive than the TIA. I don't like rewarding just singular teachers when it is a group effort. And I think with that would be making sure that we identify who the instructional support staff is and who would qualify for that, because we need to make sure.
At the beginning.
At the beginning, not after the fact, not anything, but we need to make sure that we're identifying who would qualify as an instructional staff position. Yes, and then, yeah, it would be the same, and then I guess it would be the same caveat, like if I'm an instructional staff first year and then I move into teacher position the second year, it would still kind of go into what you're talking about.
Ms. Sells?
And my whole concern is still, as it was when we first talked about this, is that we have all of everything outlined at the beginning, that we're not trying to answer questions or to make decisions past go. That, and to be honest, I think I'd be kind of disheartened as a teacher, though, if somebody came in mid-year and got what I got. And so I would like to see some guidelines around those. We don't have a lot of those hires, but as you know, keeping staff sometimes on those campuses can be a little bit of a revolving door in certain areas, and right, especially instructional staff. And so whatever it is, we need to just, y'all need to get in a room and throw everything that could happen out there.
For those situations, we could do a proration schedule, which is what we do now. So we do that when somebody leaves and somebody new comes in and there's a stipend attached to it, or their salary is that way. So we would attach a proration schedule for the amount of money that's left within the school year. And so you wouldn't, if you were getting 3K, then you wouldn't get 3K because you didn't start day one. You might have started January after the holidays. So it would be based on a proration schedule.
Right, and I know that this is all a lot of work, but we so appreciate you all. I mean, everything we throw at you is, you're just doing it right now. You smile and yeah, we'll get it for you. And we appreciate that because we just really want to do what is fair, but also, there's also not enough money in the world to tell our staff and our teachers how much we appreciate them. But what we can do, we want to make sure that it's fair and that you appreciate it, the efforts, and that we're not just throwing something out there and sticking it on the wall and making it easy for everybody on this side. So, thank you.
Ms. Lasan?
Okay, so I'm going to throw kind of just hearing everyone's comments and what the whole crux of this, the point of this is, the school improvement conversation. So, you know, with this, we're acknowledging that there's a lot of extra work. I mean, I think we've seen this in our board workshop presentations. You know, we know that it's, you know, I've talked to Ms. Upshaw just one time. I was casually talking to her, just her alone, talking about the extra work that, you know, she has done, you know, for this, not to mention, and I'm just singling out her because she's the one I had a conversation with. So we're acknowledging that. You know, so that's the whole, one of the point of this. So I guess, and then Lori, you were concerned about retaining staff, right? So, I don't know, for me personally, because, you know, you guys are getting in the weeds and pointing out all the nuances, which are very valid. I'm just sort of wondering if we shouldn't just say, and again, this is your decision, right? But if we shouldn't just say something like, well, I'm aware of that, but how we should pay it out. But, so, if we say, hey, okay, we know you're going to have to go over to, you know, and work on these plans, and this is going to require this much effort, you know, this many hours. Okay, we're going to get this plan done. We're going to, you know, have this amount. This is what we're going to pay, you know, for this. We're going to say, hey, we got that done and it's approved. Yeah, you're going to get some money. I mean, I don't know, because, you know, talking about people who aren't here, people who come and go, you know, my bonus, you know, what you're saying, like all these questions about the timing of it and who's who's here and who's not, I mean, that's addressed easily, right? Because, heck, my company has bonuses too, and so that's all worked out. But I guess, for, as far as like retaining, we can pay to retain, the staff. I mean, we can say, hey, you come back, you get this, blank. I don't know. Fundamentally, my problem with this is that we don't agree with this accountability system. I mean, it's flawed. And so we're talking about, that's fundamentally where my problem is we're basing a bonus on something that we believe fundamentally is flawed. But we also want to acknowledge the extra work that all these staff members are having to do. And we want to make sure that our high-quality staff that are doing a good job, that they come back. And if we need to pay them a little extra to do that, let's do it on these campuses. But, so this is just such a complicated issue. So, anyway.
Can I just say one thing about that?
Uh-oh, I got it started.
No, I was just going to make a comment because I was at 2 grassroots, and I will tell you that the staff that was there from our association has already commented that the STAR is not something that the legislature is willing to look at and to redo this next session. They have already shared that with them, and that is kind of just the accountability system is not something that they are willing to do. And so in some ways, I have to remove myself from my disgust of it and because I'm not going to be able to do anything about it anymore. I can go down there and tell them I don't like it, but they've already shared that doesn't matter. So why am I will go down there and waste my breath. But at the same time, I have to come back here and face those that have elected me. And honestly, if we want to continue the work that we're doing here on a local basis, this is one way to do it. Because one of the other things that we were talking about and made a priority, at least in Region 10 and 11, is that we've got to have some kind of rubric as to what constitutes a takeover. And at some point in time, it may be because he doesn't like us. He's got the power. Because he has that power. And so what we don't want to do is give him quivers in his ammunition. And that is any school that's in an F rating. And so how am I able, as a trustee sitting at the table, to make a difference? And that is to go in there and say, this is the work that needs to be done. And guess what? If you do the work, I'm going to reward you. And so as much as it icks me, it's kind of where I have to move. And that's just how I feel. So
I'm going to piggyback on that, and I'm going to let you speak. And that is that it is hypocrisy. It is hypocrisy. It is. And one of my things that I say is that we're all hypocrites. Just what degree are you going to be a hypocrite? I'm on a diet, but I will have that cake. The problem is, as Ms. Sells pointed out, and as we all know, is that we have a commissioner that's looking to make a Texas ISD that is run by him. He is not looking for local control. He is not looking to empower boards. And these are the guardrails that we've been given. I agree with you 100% that I think that it is a flawed accountability way that this comes to us. But as Ms. Sells points out, these are our only tools. These are the only tools that we have. And so if doing this retains the staff, if doing this helps to bring talented staff from elsewhere to us, from other districts, then I'm willing to try it. Now, this may not work. I don't know. And I certainly don't know what they're going to do in '27 at the next legislative session. I know that they're not going to touch accountability, but I don't know what else they're going to come up with. But for right now, this is what I can do, and so that's what I focus on. But I want you to know that I 100% agree with you that we are skewing at least part of our budget in a way that acknowledges the STAR test scores. So, Dr. Taylor.
And if I could too, I'm sorry, just responding to what you say, I'm not saying that we shouldn't pay these staff more or in addition to what they're already doing. I'm really not. I'm just trying to think through, and again, that's why I say part of that is you, Dr. Rapp, is the best way to do it, right? You know, of how to reward them. So again, I'm not against it. The turnaround principal salary, I mean, I think that's a great idea, you know. But I don't know, that's just, yes, it just galls me a little bit to have to do this.
I mean, I guess my colleagues have said it all, and I too agree with what you're saying, because we're on the one hand saying, well, this is flawed and you can't trust this system, and it's set up for schools to fail, and how are we agreeing with it then by, you know, spending money on an incentive? But I believe, I wholeheartedly believe in the incentive. I voted for it, or I would have voted for it if it had come through the last time, because, you know, I probably sat here and talked, since I've been on the board, really about accountability, because some of this is the community's perception. You know, yeah, we know the answers about STAR because we're here. We have a lot more detail than the average parent, you know, maybe walking around, and I'll just say Lewisville because that's where my child goes. So, but it's a discussion that people have. Why are the schools failing here? And it looks like, regardless of if the system's rigged or we don't like it or it's not working, which is all those things are true, it still feels like all of these schools in a certain feeder pattern, they're failing. And these kids are being left behind. And how do you change that perception? You can also say, well, you know, maybe some people think this, some of the community people think that's a Lewisville problem or whatever. But it's really a district problem, because I try to remind people we're a B district with accountability, a B. Are we a 89 B? Like almost getting to a, so we're a 80. So something could change and something could happen with accountability, and all of a sudden we're a C district. I don't want to see us in that position. So if there's something that we can do, and the incentive, you know, is a way to do that, an innovative way to do that, to try to get these grades or get the accountability scores up, I feel like we should be trying it. And so I totally agree with what you said, but I'm willing to try this again, to raise all boats within the district, which will raise the district and definitely raise a part of our district, which feels like, if I'm out in the community, could have been left behind or is left behind or whatever, because my kids are in the F school. And, you know, there's no way for me to get out of this F school. And we can say, yeah, you know, you can transfer. What does that require? Transportation. Probably a job like mine that lets you come in whenever, because school starts here, you got to pick up here. So that's not really the reality of a lot of the parents that have their kids in these schools. So I just think what we're doing, if nothing else, it shows the community that all schools, all parts of the district matter, and we're trying. And so I pray that it works, but again, we don't know until we try, and I'm all about innovation. So this is where we are. But I did want to acknowledge that I totally understand where you're coming from.
I too wanted to acknowledge it's a flawed system. I hate it. I hate that we're sitting in this situation, even having to have this conversation around accountability that we are. But kind of like Ms. Sells talked, we go to Austin, we talk to them, we talk to our reps, we talk to the lawmakers, and it's still up to that commissioner who's going to make that decision, and he can pull it at any time. This is something that we have control over. This is something that we can put in our back pocket to make sure that we are making the message that we hear every teacher, we hear every school, we hear every student in our district, and we are making sure that we are taking care of every single one. And like, Dr. Taylor mentioned, I'm willing to try it, because I'm willing to say that we are putting it out there that every student and every teacher in our district deserves that same ability, that same chance, because this is something that we can control. And I'm hoping, I know what we're hearing about 27, coming up in legislation, but I'm hoping maybe we won't have to have this conversation in a couple of years, because we will not have any F campuses, because we are working our tails off. Our principals, our teachers, our teaching and learning, all of our staff members are working their tails off to get us out of that situation. And I'm hoping we don't even have to have this conversation anymore, because we're there. We have them all getting what they need. And this was just that stepping stone that we could control in order to make it happen. So definitely agree with you on the accountability, because that's drives me insane, but I'm willing to take that chance.
Dr. Parker.
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to save some of my comments for when we actually go around, and I thought we were just on questions, so I was holding it, but I'm going to throw it in there now since we're all up in arms. A couple of things that are on my mind because of what you said, and also because of some other things that people said. I hear what you're saying about, the number of hours and trying to think about a different way. For me, that's really hard to quantify for like an art teacher who's building relationships with these students, and they may not be spending specific hours on writing a turnaround plan, but they are, spending extra hours with students that need it. But I don't know necessarily how to quantify those extra hours, and since they're salaried, we don't really do hours for our salaried staff. So it just get that, like you said, right? It's complex, it's complicated. The number one, and we've all talked about the flawed accountability system, the number one factor in determining whether a campus will be successful in the accountability system or not is the percentage of economically disadvantaged students in the building. And we do have stipends and staffing formulas that help with that, but as we've seen, one of the major issues is our retention of teachers. And I will tell you, we've all said, we don't know yet if it'll work. We've already lost staff members to other districts who are offering this kind of thing. We have lost staff members. So that tells me the reverse should be true. If we've lost staff members because of this, then it should be a successful retention strategy. The opposite hypothesis should be true. So I'm willing to try it, not just because of innovation, because I think there is evidence that it does work. The other thing, I'll go back to, I won't say too much on it because you've heard me talk about TIA ad nauseum. I don't think anybody has any question about where I stand on TIA. I truly believe that it takes an entire campus, especially in turnaround. And so by not singling out any particular staff member to say we're going to give, because your kids grew at this rate and your kids grew at this rate, and I'm going to magically make it happen by this magical measure. There is a lot of statistic involved. It's not magic, but it's still. Anyway. So I think that by having a model that looks at an entire campus and rewards an entire campus facilitates the type of collaboration that has to happen in a campus like this. I do think it's important that we reward the leaders of those campuses, because as I've mentioned, we've lost some good staff members for turnaround positions as principals or assistant principals in other districts. One other point I think I had, there it is. I also really like the year over year. First year, F to C, you get the bonus. second year maintain. One of the things that I see in the data a lot is roller coasters, campuses. They'll get out for a year, come back in. They'll get out for a year, come back in. It'll be interesting to see what happens year 3. I'm not recommending anything, don't take that as like a let's build in a year 3. That's not what I'm saying. I just think it's something for us to watch. All right, I think I'm done on school improvement.
Ms. Sells, I know you had some questions.
Well, I was making sure, are we only on school improvement?
I was getting ready to then move us to the next stage. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I think you have about 20 Post-it notes on that. Good luck. So how I would like to do this is to first go back to the salary increase scenarios. I wish I had a slide number on here, but for all employees, total district cost options, because I think that gives you a better idea for the thing. And go around and everybody say which one. If you want to give a soliloquy on it, you are more than welcome to. But which option with the percentage that at this time you feel comfortable with. We're not voting on it now, we're just giving some feedback. So does anybody want to go first? Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. It was at the top of my list. Okay. So here's what I want to say about compensation. I know, it's not going to be that long of a soliloquy, okay? It'll be a short soliloquy. Compensation is expensive. It's going to be expensive. I understand that. One thing that we have to know is inflation right now is sitting at 2.4 to 2.5%. So if we do anything below that, we are not keeping up with inflation. I understand that that's a high cost, and so to balance that, I would probably not go with option 3. I think they've already gotten 7.2%. So as much as I want to reward them every year, they'll get the percentage increase. So there's where I am. See, short.
So wait, is that option? No,
sorry.
you are not. You're
Option 2 at 3%. I didn't say my combination. I'm so sorry. I was trying to get out of my soliloquy. Okay, option 2, 3%.
Anybody else want to jump in?
I was same on that.
Okay.
I just wanted to make note, though, that before I forget it, that special education stipend, the one that sits at 85, we got to do something better. Because I will tell you, probably 80% of my conversations with people in the classroom are with those high-need special ed, and they are worn out, and they are tired, and they are looking for new careers.
Anybody else? Ms. Lopez.
I am also at option 2, 3%. I just feel like that is the best balance. I think that it supports our teachers at critical points in their career and gives us a little bit more financial flexibility than option 3. And that's just where I feel most comfortable. Yeah.
Dr. Taylor?
Oh, God, the accountant on the board looking at the numbers. So I liked option 2 at 2%, but then I got the information from my colleague about inflation. So I could likely be talked into 3% option 2, so.
I'll go as well. I mean, very similar. I was thinking of the inflation rates as well. And if we went the 2%, we are not making that mark. And so I as well had written down option 2, 3%. And definitely, we need to look at those areas that Ms. Sells had asked about.
Ms. Lasan?
So, I guess my overarching statement would be, I won't feel comfortable about doing anything until we know for sure a little bit closer about what our numbers are going to look like. And when are we looking to pass this, to formalize this?
Yeah, the goal would be in May
May,
before
okay.
people leave for the
Okay.
summer. Yeah.
Which, that seems doable, because it's just now March, okay. So, I mean, to me, what everyone else is suggesting, seems reasonable. For sure, looking at, the bilingual, you mentioned the high needs special ed stipend, but the bilingual is on here as well, 84% below the market. So that, and then, since I'm the last one on this one, I'll just move on to benefits. I think, sorry if that's all right. Again, for sure, I think we need to do something for sure. But again, I won't really feel comfortable making a for sure decision on that until we get a clearer picture of what our budget looks like. But I would agree that we need to do something for sure. And really, you're talking about a different 1.7, 2 mil, and 1.3. Those numbers are all, the amount is pretty close, so whichever one, makes, of the 1.7 more than, 2 more than, and 1.3, that's pretty close. So, to me, that's something that can be decided on when it gets a little bit closer.
And I was remiss in saying that we typically find out our new rates the beginning of May, after the TRS board meeting. They usually meet the 1st of May, and then we find out a few days after that. So we don't even know what the increase will be, if there will be one, but historically, there has been one. And we are in one of the highest regions with the highest rates.
So so that'll be a factor, so.
So you didn't have anything for benefits? Okay. Does anybody want to, well, I will just say for me, for compensation, I will go ahead and agree with my colleagues, 2 and 3%. The only thing I would say is I do think, and it will be something for us to look at, hopefully after the legislature comes back and does this a really good solid, and that is that we do still need to look at those teachers who have been with us 7, 8, because I wanted you to walk me through what does it look like for a 10-year teacher, because that's different than it is at the 6 or 7 year. And I don't want, I'll be very honest, I don't want those teachers who've been with us 7, 8, 9, 10 plus years to get left behind just because they got a bump at 5. I think that we do need to look at something. Now, what that might look like is something for us at the 10-year, and then maybe something for us at the 15-year, and 20, and something for us to look at that kind of a stair step, in that you were at 500 a year above that, but maybe we look at 10 at doing 500, and then at 15, 1,000, and then, I don't have the great stuff in front of me that you do, but I do think that we do need to look at that, because I don't want those teachers to think that we are not thinking about them and that we don't value their experience in the classroom and what they bring to the district.
We can put that in board notes for you, or we can bring it to the next board meeting in April.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
That's easy for us to do.
Yeah. Benefits, anybody else? Ms. Lopez?
For benefits, right now, I'm leaning towards option 2. I would agree we have to do something when it comes to benefits. With rising healthcare costs, inflation, everything, I think it's very clear that we need to support our staff in this area. I really like that it would position us as a leader among the districts. And so to Ms. Lasanne's point, the fact that, 1.7, 1.3, 2 million, that I don't want to say differences are negligible, but they are very close, and so I would love to use this also as a recruitment and retention tool, right? Like, I think that putting us ahead of other districts is something that we need to look at, and if it only is a little bit more, why not? So I'm at option 2 right now.
Ms. Sells?
And I kind of had the same thought. I'm comfortable anywhere between option 1 and 2. I am very curious what TRS will be bringing. And so that leans me a little bit more toward option 2 because of that. And I'm curious it will be interesting to see what our fellow districts around us do. I don't want to be left in the dust.
Dr. Taylor?
So I think I looked at option 1 and option 2, but I do like option 2 because of my colleague mentioned about positioning us as a leader in other districts. I think it would be great to be number 1 for a change in the top whatever, because we're usually not there. So I think, yes, I would agree with that. And also just understanding, just recently, I remember something about we gave them a $500 stipend or whatever it was, bonus, but then their health insurance premiums were like $500, so they got like zero or negative in some case. So I think this will be a good way to recognize our staff.
Ms. Alcatab?
I too was fluctuating between option 1 and 2, but leaning more towards option 2 because it does position us very well. And then also, if you look at the history of what we've done, Ms. Taylor just kind of mentioned it as well, is we have not always been able to give that huge bump in the TR's contribution. And so this would be another way of making it right with our teachers who have put in that time and effort and to help with inflation and the change of cost. I am very curious about TRS and what's going to happen. And I want to make it very clear that the discussions that I'm having tonight is not fully making a decision. We're just kind of giving you, here's our options, and we want to see what it looks like in that budget. Because obviously that budget is a big piece of what will help us determine. And so I appreciate you guys coming and listening to us and hearing our options so that you can build a better budgeted projection that we can then try to get a truer response out of. So thank you.
Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President. I actually was leaning towards option 1 because I was trying to balance being more aggressive on the salary side and being a little more conservative on the benefits side, just to balance those two things out, because budget is a big issue. We're seeing that, shortfall of about 13 mil. So every little bit starts to bring that 13 mil down. So that's where I was thinking we could balance out a little bit. Now, I could be persuaded otherwise, especially once we get those TRS rates, because I have no doubt we will continue to be the highest region.
Remind me how much the increase was last year for TRS, sorry.
Benefits? $51.
So at $51, we'll just pretend that they do the same thing again. And with 1, that's just $16 more. And with 2, that is $23 more. I think we're going to have another discussion. And I mean, I appreciate these numbers. I'll be very honest, I think they're very low. I really do.
We were being conservative.
I appreciate, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying that based on the $51 last year, I'm expecting at minimum the same this year.
Yeah.
And if not more. And so I think that these numbers are low.
Okay.
I think that we're going to need to look at higher numbers, quite frankly. I think that you're probably going to need to start at 400 and then a 425 and a 450, because otherwise we're going to be right. We're going to Dr. Taylor's point, we're going to be right where we were in doing a pay decrease for some of our employees. And that's just based on what they did last year. Now, I can cross all my fingers and cross all my toes and hope to be wrong. It would be great if you came back and said they didn't do anything, and then great, now we have I don't want to say more money to work with, but we have a little bit more of a cushion. So a little bit more flexibility. So when I look at this, I won't lie, because I thought it was about $30 to $40. See, it was even more than what I remembered. So that's why I think that I would like to see what those look like, a little more elevated.
Yeah, we can bring that back to you, and I will say these numbers Maria and her team
Yeah.
looked at was based on our districts, surrounding districts, and being in competition and being in alignment. But like you all said, several of you said, being the leader in that would be a huge thing, so we can certainly come back with that. I will say, as we've in our recruitment efforts, we're finding that more and more people that we're talking to are asking about benefits, whereas when I was getting recruited way back 30 years ago, I didn't even know what that was. So now people are they're informed, and it's a competitive piece. I mean, I just knew I had to go to the doctor.
No, I appreciate that. So I will ask this again. So when you say when you're looking at other districts, what they're doing now, not what no one, to my knowledge, has passed what they're going to do.
Correct. That is
Okay.
a great point of clarification, what they're either currently doing or what they think they might do. Everybody is still kind of at the same stage we are.
Everyone's still waiting for May.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you all so much. Thanks for bringing friends. Next up is the Board of Trustees report. I know we have several chair reports. Dr. Barker, do you want to give your two?
Yes, thank you. So first, the Policy Committee, on which I serve with Madam President Prosnick and Ms. Sells. We met about a couple of policies. The information from that is in board book for next week, so you should be able to review that information. Secondly, the Board Operating Procedures Committee, which I serve on with Dr. Taylor and Ms. Lopez, we requested from all of the committee chairs some information that we would like to be included in the BOP. So our next step is to schedule our next meeting to review all of those submissions and try to put them into a draft. Our hope is to get that to you by the April work session.
Ms. Lasan, do you have anything for the naming committee?
Sure. So I have been working with Dr. Miller on a form for official naming. Yes, thank you. And so she sent me revision number 2, like right as I was walking out the door. And so there's a couple things I want to look at, but the actual policy has not been updated yet by TASB onto board book for us. And so, when do you think they'll do that, Deanne? When they dang well feel like it? I mean, anyway, sorry. A little punchy this evening. Anyway, so once that's done, I'm hoping, it's funny, I've talked to a couple of people who they're ready for this. And so, again, hopefully, but we can take it live without, it being updated. So, hopefully in the next 2 weeks. And so my committee people, I will send that on to you guys to bless as well.
The Appraisal District Committee looked far and wide, and in your folders is the draft proposal for a resolution next week to put forward a nomination to the Denton Central Appraisal District. And Dr. Taylor and Ms. Lasan serve with me on that committee. So if you have any, I guess, qualms or anything like that, please reach out to one of us prior to us putting the resolution together on next Monday. Do you do now? Ms. Sells?
So, because I haven't even talked to our committee members yet, but if you remember, we put a survey out there based on the board audit on our parent survey last year, and Dr. Fitzhugh is going to share that with me. I'm going to be sending it to everybody, and if you have any comments or revisions that you would like to that, we need to get those taken to the committee after I receive your feedback. No need for our committee to meet, because that's exactly what we would be doing, is we're going to send it out for feedback. So I'll read
Is there a timeline you'd like for everybody to get their feedback to you by?
By the end of this week.
There you
It's a
go.
one question. It shouldn't be that hard. So, yeah. Thank you.
All right. We will now move on to our Chief of Staff report, Dr. Miller.
Good evening. So first is the Long Range Planning Committee update. The committee is hard at work. So thank you for providing me the opportunity to share what conversations we're having, and then would like to get your feedback that we'll take back, that will guide we have our last meeting this week. So we know that we are charged with preparing the future workforce. So some of that workforce will go after graduation in 2026 or go to college, and then we have the workforce that will be in 2036, 37, 38. So the Long Range Planning Committee is charged with what does that look like in preparing those students now and in the future, and then we break that down into our DIP for what does that look like every year. We know from our experience of this first long-range plan that it makes a huge impact when you have a long-range plan to kind of make sure the district's going in the same direction together. So this recalibration we have really focused on. We are not trying to throw everything out and start all over. We want to calibrate and make sure that what's relevant. A lot has changed in 3 years, and then there's several things that we will continue. And so really looking at what needs to be adjusted, what needs to be calibrated and make it relevant, and to make sure we're strengthening our student outcomes. And then we've really talked about what we talked about in Team of 8 of not wanting to over-calibrate things so that it feels totally new and different. We don't want to do that. We are on a good cadence, but then not under-calibrating where you're not going to make the impact that we need to make in our changes. So reminder of the process, we are in March, so they have drafted some ideas and are in conversation on the vision, mission, and beliefs I'm going to share with y'all tonight, and we're working on goals. And then on the other side, the district leadership, we're now looking at what does that mean for our scorecard metrics, and we'll be having those conversations. Then in April, well, I'll tell you this, but at our April special meeting, we will bring all that to y'all as part of Dr. Rapp's evaluation to look at what does that look like, and then the plan is approved in May. All right, so the committee is a great group of diverse stakeholders, all different feeder patterns, from community members till students. Of course, the students every time are just so powerful, and they're just great insight and say the best things to help us really think or cry, or we've done it all with them. We've had 2 intense meetings, one more, and they're exhausting by the time we leave at night. They're like, can we please be done with this? But so our charge was to review and reflect on the current vision, mission, and beliefs, and then take all the feedback from our listening circles and the different surveys, and what does that mean for our community, and make sure that we're aligning moving forward, and then bring recommendations to y'all. We synthesized what was the feedback that we are getting from all of our listening circle groups and surveys that we collected. The strengths were very similar to what y'all had talked about in your Team of 8, as well as what our surveys, you remember when we sent out our that became our over-delivers, or why are you choosing Lewisville ISD? And then the challenges will not be surprising to y'all, that those were very similar to what we had conversations with. And so we then took those, and what does that look like as far as our vision, mission, beliefs of what we really want to hold up and be tight on, and then our challenges, so how do we address that, and the goals that we have established moving forward. So starting with the beliefs, these are the things that are our guiding principles. So we took your feedback and we thought about what all the other listening circle feedback was, and this is the draft of the conversations we're having. Several of them were very similar to what y'all had talked about. So like the first one, we took out needs. Remember, student needs was part of that, so we took that out. And then they wanted, instead of a culture of learning, they wanted, that's the second one, yeah. So that was the only one for the first one. The second one, they wanted to add caring, because we heard in all of our listening circles, caring. And then from the student panel, that is what mattered to them, what they felt the most was how caring that their teachers were. So we added that in there. And then they wanted, instead of a culture of learning, they wanted a learning culture, and was just a little different. Then the third one was, that one replaced, remember, the continuous improvement. And so we talked about, does that speak to our community members and our parents who might not use that language all the time? And so the commitment to progress. And then we added stewardship because there was not a belief that really aligned to our resource stewardship. Remember, we're hoping to organize or put some little icons next to them that represents our cornerstone, and we felt like we didn't have that represented in there at the time. Our safe and nurturing environments, we are stuck on the verb, so we're still working on that. So if you have any input on that, we had fuel, and then we said fuel. Well, one of the students was like, I feel like you're going to gas me up. And we're like, that's not what we're talking about. So then we had unite, but then we're like, unite doesn't really match the safe and nurturing vibe, and so we're still working through that one. But definitely growth and well-being, sense of belonging, those things are still very evident to them. The next one is about accountability. Remember, that was students are more than a test score, and we wanted to include that we do believe in accountability, but it's more than test scores, period, right? There's the whole child that we are looking at and assessing as we go through. And then the last one, the shared responsibility, we added a little more because we thought partnership and advocacy was so important, and so that had a little more of a flavor to it than our previous one. Okay, then we talked a lot about, so the vision, these verbs up there were the things that really stood out from the listening circle input. So how would we want to use those kind of verbs and actions of our outcomes in our vision? And the mission was the actions that we're doing every day in order to achieve that, and those were kind of the common words that stood out. So based on that, the vision, their draft is all students are confident, equipped, and empowered to thrive in the future they imagine. They had lots of other things, you know how we had knowledge and skills, and then we started saying, well, we want to put resources, and we want to put, like, we wanted to add to that list. So we're like, if we just say they're equipped, like that can be a lot of things we equip them with. And then empowered has been such a strong word that we have used, and it comes up in everything that we're talking about. Empowered, that you now have ownership, you feel confident and ready to go take that over yourself and own it. And so, and then a future they imagine, because potential has been a really interesting word and part of the conversation, and that we all are saying we want them to reach their potential, but when you say that, it almost feels like you've defined that potential, like you've defined where they need to go. And so then they're like, well, the future they imagine, like where do they see that going? Because we don't want to cap it. So that was thoughts on that one. Then our mission has been a fun conversation. So we still love engaging and inspiring learners and leaders, and we want growth and we want purpose, but we're not quite sure what word to go in there. So we had in pursuit of or for as part of that. Then we were thinking maybe there needs to be some kind of ownership in there, but then if you say there, then it's the collective is missing, right? Because it's not just there, it's ours and everybody's. And so that's still a conversation. Y'all can provide me some feedback on to take back for that. But we know what needs to go in there. We just don't know how to connect it all yet. So we're still landing on that. But in the end, we did read whatever we choose, that this kind of shares what your whole purpose is, and that's engaging, inspiring learners and leaders in pursuit of their goals and purpose to ensure that they are confident, equipped, and empowered to thrive in a future they imagine. And that's like, we were like, yes, that is saying what we feel is our purpose. Then these are the things, so now we're starting to work on our goals based on that. These are the things we pulled out from, they have done lots of reading and conversation about, we've looked at future back perspective. So often people look from here and into the future, but we watched a video and talked about the conversation of starting in the future and then going back. So you want to know what it's going to be like then, and how do we come back. So we're still having those conversations, but from our listening circles and all those conversations, these were the main themes that rose to the top for our 4 cornerstones. So we are working to build the goals based on that now. So we have a meeting this week, and we'll share your feedback as we process through all of those. We're also, they have pre-work every time along with the long night. They have pre-work. So right now they're looking at value propositions, and so we'll do that, and goals our next meeting. And then we also want to have conversations with them about pulse checks and just their insight on the timing of that, different things, the structure of that, to get their input on that. And then we'll come back with you in April. They'll actually come at the work session, some committee members to kind of share their thoughts and their experience on the committee. Then the end of April, as an hour of the evaluation conversation, will be the draft of the scorecard metrics for y'all to look at for next, and then approve all of that in May.
Just a quick comment, and we celebrated this with you all with some graphs that we'd been given, charts last month, but the fact that we've held on to our 18th spot, largest district in the state of Texas spot, amidst peers who have declined, I really think about the fact that our last long-range plan, the beliefs that we've held, the feeder patterns, the community we believe in, the fact that kids are more than a test score, and all the conversation we just had about school improvement, I do think that we operate within the parameters of a system we have to operate in, but we don't oversell that system. And the power of the long-range plan pulling us as a community together, that we're going to do what we have to regarding the state system, but that's not what's going to define us, has helped us hold on to enrollment. When we've watched peers who they have let themselves be a little bit more defined by the state system, and frankly, they haven't held on to their enrollment like we have. So I just appreciate the support of the board and the public conversations you have in your circles of influence about, we're going to navigate this system, but we're not going to be completely about it. And I think that's the power of these belief statements in the long-range plan.
All right, does anybody have any feedback, questions? Dr. Barker?
I don't have any feedback because I've been at the meetings and had conversations. I just have to say that strategic planning is like, I will geek out over strategic planning. This is my jam. I love it. And it is being so well done by Dr. Miller. It is structured. It is, everything builds on itself. So kudos to you for all the work that you've put in and all the planning that you've put in, because it has been so well orchestrated. And kudos to our long-range planning committee, because they come in and, to use the word we've been using, they lock in.
We're ready to lock in. We don't have a minute to spare.
Yes, they lock in, and even if they don't get through everything that Dr. Miller would like them to get through, they are, even the students are fully engaged in the work and still having fun while they're doing it. So it's just a really great group, and they've got a lot of really great perspectives, and I really appreciate all the work that's happening there.
Thank you.
I've got a word for you for beliefs. For instead of fuel or ignite, cultivate. That is my contribution.
Thank you.
And now, if there are no other questions, we will go on to our marketing update. Yay!
Yay. Okay, well, I'm super excited to share this update with y'all and share some strategies and our approach this year on marketing. So I'm going to present, but I really want to recognize and thank the brain power of what we do and how we do it. These people are amazing. So thank you for joining me up here tonight. They're so excited. But I was like, if you have any questions, these two are masters and can share any insight that you would like. So we've actually had this conversation with principals this last month about marketing and big M marketing and little M marketing. So we'll kind of talk through that as we go through our approach on marketing this year. For big M marketing, that's more the district lens. Those are the things you might see out there of, a flyer, social media, billboards, all the different things. That's big M marketing, that's recruiting. And that's really what we do at the district level. And being very strategic about that, which will show some of the things that we do. Oftentimes, our principals are like, oh my gosh, how am I going to market? I don't know how to put a billboard up, all that stuff. And so we were talking to them about, no, that's what we are doing, and we can do targeting on social media where you don't need to take your time to worry about that stuff, or they don't even have the tools for that. So some things that we have done this year, you've seen our different campaigns. Some of those are on social media. The far right one was a postcard that went out. Again, it's all very strategic and trying to be resourceful of our funds. And so we target who gets what things and the print of who gets the print as well. We've kind of moved more towards digital, which I'll show you some of our data of where we can really be targeted on what audience gets that, instead of, if you put it on a billboard, who do you know who saw it and was it effective or not? We can track all of that with what we're doing. So this is an example of marketing. We also had a question actually from our brand ambassadors, our staff, and from our principals. They might be the target of a different district. So they're seeing those sponsorships and those things, but they're like, we don't see ours. And we're like, perfect, because you're not our audience of who we're trying to hit. And so this is what the targeted groups would see versus someone who's already in the organization that may not, based on what we're doing. So this slide shows just some of the targeting that we're able to do. So with digital marketing, you can target different audiences. So if we're doing pre-K enrollment, you really don't care if a 60-year-old saw that or not, though they may, right? But you're really wanting to target people who are interested in that age range. And then the graph just shows that with a little amount of money spent, we know that 1,000 people that we wanted to see it saw it. Where if it was a print sent out to everyone, we don't know if it hit the 1,000 people that we wanted to make sure that it hit it. And then Nick can explain this if you have any questions, but the graph the chart shows all of our different reaches that we have. And if you look at the paid reach and the organic is just we put it out there, right? We don't target anyone. So we hit more people, but if you look at the percentage of the ones we wanted to reach and how much they clicked on the link, it's a much higher return rate. Does that make sense? Okay, good. All right, then, good, because that's about how much I can explain it, but Nick can back me up on that. Then we also, it's not just targeting, and if you're having a campaign, all the things we have done this year on why choose LISD, on our different stories, on our different testimonies, all those different short little videos we've seen huge gains and lots of progress in that story that we're telling out there and people engaging with that. So then we talk to principals that they do have a role in marketing. It's a little M. And those are all the stories that they're telling on their campus, right? The people who have experience with them, when they go tell someone else, that's marketing, right? The story that they share with them that they can now go tell in the community, that's marketing. And so they're focused on their current families, and their current families then help recruit future families based on the experiences that they have and in the stories they're telling on social media as well. So these are some different things that we've really helped campuses with marketing, changing their website up a little bit, how what stories they're telling on social media and how they're doing that. We started at Inspire this last year with giving them tools. This was our first year to actually give them, here are tools that you can use and how to make your communication look a little different to increase that. And we've seen huge success story with that. This is just our numbers right now as far as engagement and impression. Impression is just, did someone see it? And you can see the numbers are huge. And then engagement is, did they like it? Did they share it? How did they interact with that? So we have also made a shift in not just how we post, but where we post and what we're posting on the different social media platforms. Instagram, YouTube is now something that we're really working on increasing that we haven't in the past, but that's a really big platform now. And of course, Facebook still for a lot of our families. The younger families are using more of Instagram, the older families are using still Facebook, so those two are still really strong. And then, I'm just, and we've moved to shorter videos and vertical. So we used to do horizontal videos, we're now doing vertical. You're in between. So we have a couple just stories that have really hit well, that have done well. So Homestead is one that they did not have an Instagram until this year. And if you look at those numbers, they're hitting it out of the ballpark. We've gone to Principal U's three times now this year and kind of done a little spotlight on different campuses to show, like, here's stories that are doing really well. Look at just a few things they've done that have really hit, and shared the data with them. And so this is a huge success story. But if you're out there looking, they are just doing such a great job. And then this kind of tells the story of how we've moved from doing horizontal videos to more vertical, and just that. I love that picture when Nick does the graph like that, because you can just see the engagement that goes up on there. So communications does a really good job at being strategic and looking at numbers and seeing, okay, how did that hit? What did that do? Let's tweak this a little bit to see how we can get engagement up in people, making sure that the people we want to see what we're saying do. And then they're so creative on the different, like, we loved Fridays Are Back. That was so fun. Yeah. And then this year, we're also really focused on our outreach of what about the people in our community who don't have, that aren't parents, who don't have students here. What does that look like? We started last week, we met with our first real estate agent group, and I can tell you, I already got an email from someone this weekend that they met with someone that they're at a different private school and they're interested in coming to Lewisville, and she wanted to talk to me about it just from last week. So we are also working with the senior centers on what does that look like, what are different ways they want to be involved, what's the best way for us to communicate with them besides just Facebook, but unique opportunities for them. And then our alumni are another group that we're working on getting connected with them, and what does that look, what's the benefit of them wanting to stay engaged with us. So that's our marketing update, and happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Lopez.
I am obsessed with everything you guys are doing. Yeah, I am chronically online, and so I see all of the things you're doing, and I notice all of these things. I noticed when you went vertical, like all of the photography, the storytelling is peak. Like, I am so excited for everything I'm seeing, and I am on both Facebook and Instagram. I'm in the weird Gen Z, like, I'm the zillennial. So I see both things, and I get really excited because my little one is at the age, I guess, where a lot of parents have kids my age, they're starting to think about preschool, right? And so even though my baby's only about a year old, he's about to be a year, Chandler and I are already thinking about those things. And so I am getting private school advertisements, but I'm also getting LISDs, and I'm seeing them like one after each other. And so it's just kind of exciting to see that that's happening. And I don't know, I'm just excited. That's all I had to say.
Nothing?
Amazing work. We have changed, like, when I was in professional learning, I dreamed about, we need to get onesies and go to the hospitals and give them a book and tell them how important it is to read and give them a onesie. And so we are targeting the littles of how do we make sure that they get engaged, yeah.
I would say this, I'm obsessed with the alumni because I think it is a resource that we have not tapped. I think we let 4,000 opportunities walk across, we've let 4,000 students walk across that stage every year that I've been on this board. So that is 40,000 opportunities that we have let walk across the stage when it comes this May, that we've let walk across this board. And that's 40,000 stories, and that's 40,000 testimonies about this district. And so I'm excited that we're going to try and reengage some of those, and to capture all of our seniors as they walk across. Just have them scan a QR code. I swear to you, it's just the way to do everything these days. But I'm very excited about that. It looks like we're going to be in the Olympics if we join the alumni group, so I'm very excited about that. And all things. Thank you all. Really do appreciate the work, and I do feel that there is definitely been a shift this year in the feeling on social media and the look of it. It feels younger and fresher, and like the Friday nights are back, I think I really loved that. So thank you all very much. The board will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 0821. And the time is 8:48 p.m. We are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 10:33 p.m. If there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is 10:33 p.m. Have a pleasant evening.